All right, we are back with another episode of Speedruns from the Crypt. It is a bi-weekly horror hotfix where we show a bunch of, horror's favorite gems and games and runners. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. We're back. We were gone for the last 2 weeks because we had the Frost Fatales marathon, but we are now back in full swing, bringing you more spooky games. Before we do begin, though, if you did enjoy Frost Fatales, on March 26th, we'll be having the Frost Fatales Game of the Month celebration on the GDU Hotfix. If you'd like to watch this, go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information about Frame Fatales. I hope you're all having a great day today, and it's Wednesday today, and I always get confused by the days. But tonight's show and tonight's theme is going to be based on the month. It's also going to be based on the follow-up of Frame Fatales as well. I thought it would be fun to be topical on that. We're going to be diving into Women's History Month, so today's runs are going to feature some of our best female runners with female protagonists, and I hope that you all deeply enjoy that. To kick things off, we're going to be going with an absolutely classic horror game of Resident Evil 2 Remake with Spectralite. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on GQ Hotfix. I'm really excited to be here. I'm Spectralite, and we are going to be running Resident Evil 2 Remake Claire A Standard. I'm joined here by KJ Ender, who will be doing commentary.
Hey, how you doing, guys? KJ Ender here. Ran this game a little bit. I'm here to help where I can.
Yeah. All right. So if you are familiar with Resident Evil 2, there are two protagonists in this story, but we are going to be playing Claire, who is actually the sister of one of the protagonists in the first game, Chris Redfield. And we'll be kicking off the run in 3, 2, 1, go. We'll be introduced to the run with a nice scene of a burger that we'll quickly skip, and we'll go to the gas station to pick up some snacks. But we quickly realize that, well, one, the snacks are gone. Most of them, kind of. They need to restock.
Are you okay?
And this fella right here is not okay. Claire.
Yeah, he's doing pretty bad back there.
He's struggling. Then we're gonna run past our first zombie here. We call him Frank. Run past him. Goodbye, Frank. And we're going to leave the gas station. Unfortunately, no time to pick up snacks because this is a speed run.
Not even just one.
Nope, not even one. Not even the herb ice cream that we shot at earlier.
Darn, okay.
Attention all citizens.
We gotta go fast. Okay. So, we get separated from Leon after shortly meeting him at the gas station. And what you'll see me do next perplexes people if you are not familiar with the speed run. Ender, if you want to explain why we take damage intentionally from the first zombie here.
Sure. So, when Claire's in caution health, she actually runs faster, rather than being in fine.
Police station.
So, runners will take 2 hits there to get the most efficient caution to start the run. Makes the run more dangerous because you're injured to start. So, definitely closes the window for mistakes. But it's fast enough that it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, there are some sections where you cannot get past as Claire if you're not running at this speed.
Focus.
And it makes the run more exciting, but again, how Ender said, it's a lot more dangerous. So you'll see me pick up some safety herbs. But if you're going for a record time, there's no time for safety. But
oh my god,
we're doing safety here.
Open up!
Yeah, we're trying to be safe in the zombie apocalypse.
Yes. It's always good to be safe in the zombie apocalypse.
So there, she just did a little pause buffer on that door. Normally that zombie will bang a few times on the door before coming through. But if you pause in that moment, you'll pause and wait a little bit, and then he'll come through faster. So it saves a little bit of time.
So nobody knows what caused this?
And then we'll get our first knife from Marvin, and we are on our way to find a way to get underground. The first objective in this game is to collect medallions that are scattered around RPD. And then those medallions will unlock a secret room in which we can escape underneath the RPD station.
Yeah, there's to get to all the medallions, there's some chores that need to be done throughout the police station.
Really quick, actually, I have a rather simple question, especially since you're earlier in the run.
Sure.
For RE2, I know some runners play with mouse and keyboard, and some play with controller. What do you use?
I use mouse and keyboard. That's just something I'm more comfortable with. And to be quite frank, my my controller aim is not the best. But I do know that there are runners that run on PC and use controllers, so it's totally doable. Just use the peripherals that you are more comfortable with.
Just got the spade key that'll be coming in handy pretty soon here. There's some important doors we'll have to get through using it.
Clear.
There's Eleanor.
How fast can you get?
They're on the right side.
Yeah, runners
There's
in this game do
zombies.
not like her.
Yes. You'll notice that we have names for zombies who were a bit troublesome. Eleanor is one of them. And Callahan, well, we hope we don't see him in this next section.
Yeah, Callahan was the gentleman that broke through the door earlier back there.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that.
So what we just saw there was one of the puzzles that you have to do to get the medallions. The solution is always the same, but the starting point of those rotating dials is random. So it does take a little bit of I mean, at most you can orient yourself with what's above and below the correct solutions. But other than that, you sort of have to
Hey, Marvin.
just be quick on the fly when you see what you're dealing with.
This is bad. I've got zombies everywhere. Marvin? Marvin, are you there?
All right, beyond this door, we might see Callahan. We hope we don't.
Yeah, no Callahan.
No Callahan, please. Oh, he listened.
Very nice.
Callahan can be right by that door and block your way into this room here, but luckily he wasn't, and that's completely RNG. All right. Now we're on our way to the second medallion. And as you can see, it's a lot of running around the RPD, a lot of chores. We're returning to this hallway that's now filled with zombies.
Yeah, we just kind of
And we'll
pretend
be-
they're not here, though.
Yeah, we pretend they're not there. Most of the enemies in Resident Evil games, not just this one, you can safely run past. So it's a lot faster and probably a lot safer if you just run past them.
Yeah, there'll be some that are in your way, like that guy in the vest back there. And in that situation, we just pop him in the head once to stun him, and then we're on our way.
All right.
A quick question I see from chat that I'm also kind of curious as well. With a lot of the zombie names, where do they come from? Is it something that you make, or are these like community names that everyone calls them?
It has to have originated somewhere in the speedrunning community. I'm not sure. I can't like trace it, but it's definitely a community thing. Everybody calls the zombies the same names. We call this liquor Bartholomew. I don't know if anybody else calls it Bartholomew. That's just something between me and Ender. But most of the zombie names are definitely like a community thing.
Yeah, they just come from random places sometimes. I know there's at least one zombie that's named after someone in someone's chat. Someone that was,
really? That's funny.
Yeah, a prominent chatter.
Go Claire. Okay. Yeah, a common zombie name that people might be familiar with is Misty. She is the short-haired female zombie, and she is also seen in Resident Evil 2 OG. You'll see her shortly in some of the sections coming up.
So she paced herself re-entering the room there because if you exit the room before the detonator goes off, it'll actually prevent a shelf from falling over. If the shelf falls over, you have to interact with it. And being as though there's a liquor in here now, that'd be very bad. So we just prevent the shelf from falling down so we can get in and out.
Very nice ladder. Yes. So when you're coming off the ladder, you have a slight window where you're invincible. I didn't know what iframes meant until I started speedrunning. Just an FYI, iframes means invincibility frames. And then the zombies miss, and that's what you want. But if you have 3 zombies at the bottom of the ladder, it's very likely that one of them will bite you. So having 2 zombies is the good RNG.
Even better than that is 1 or even none.
Yeah. True. I'm so used to seeing 2 that I'm like, that's the best one.
Yeah. We're coming up on our first little boss fight here, which will be done entirely using the knife. So spec's gonna lower image quality here to maximize frame rate. And that's because in this game, the knife damage is actually tied to your FPS. So the higher your FPS, the more damage that knife is doing, and you're gonna see Birkin die comically fast here in just a second, and then that's the fight.
Oh wow!
Yeah, if you blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah.
So as a question, I do know in RE2 Make for a lot of leaderboard runs, they'll have runs locked at either 60 or 120, and marathons normally let you go a little bit more ham. Do you know what FPS you're able to hit?
I am... Oh, you mean like the max frames?
Yeah, like what we got during that fight, because that was fast.
Well, right now I'm capped at 120, but if I go uncapped, I could probably hit like 600 frames.
Also, that was 120?
Yeah, that was 120 frames.
Oh lord, that's fast.
Yeah, that is as fast as it is legally. It's funny.
Legally, yes. Like, if you're above 120, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Wow. Both of my parents are gone.
Grabbing another little inventory pouch there for some added cushion.
Yep. And we meet Sherry, and then she magically disappears.
Okay.
And if you don't watch the cutscene, you might be confused as to why. So, Ender, did you want to explain?
Yeah, so basically, Chief Irons is the chief of police for Raccoon City, and he is to put it lightly, a very bad man. So he enters the parking garage there and kidnaps Sherry. So now our objective is to get her back, because we don't want Sherry to spend any longer with him than she has to.
A little fun fact that I just learned from Ender yesterday. That zombie that wakes up from the morgue has the highest HP in the game. Oh, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kennel Lickers is a bit of a a little bit of a scary section because they can do some weird things. When she first circled back, she shot a bullet entering the door, and that was to just sort of guarantee the most aggressive liquor aggro that you can get in there. There's two different things that can happen, and shooting the bullet just guarantees you get the preferred one.
Yeah, so normally, if you're not speedrunning this game, you would walk when you encounter lickers because they can't see you, they can only hear you. So the safe way is to walk, but you know, it's not speed walk, it's speed run, so we gotta go. So that's why we do those strats that we did earlier.
Yeah, it's entering and exiting aren't super precise, but there are definite lines that you want to maintain or you'll get hurt really bad running through there.
All right, so we are back in RPD, and we'll be meeting a Mr. Somebody very shortly.
Mr. Somebody.
Mr. Somebody.
He who shall not be named.
I'm sure you could guess.
This is our first electronic part. We need 2 in total to get out of the RPD and get onto the streets. So we'll have to do some more chores to find the second one.
Yeah, lots of chores in the RPD, and they're not cleaning. No folding laundry, no cleaning. Actually, there is a laundry room in the RPD. I remember somewhere. You open it with a diamond key, and then I think it gives you one of the keycaps for the weapons locker, which we never see in the speedrun.
Yeah, that would be... You would be minutes behind if you tried to go in there.
Yep. Here he is.
Asshole.
Oh,
Jesus,
Claire, we're on GDQ.
Claire.
Oh, we talked about this.
We'll forgive her.
Yeah.
We'll forgive her. We'll give her a pass.
Yeah, so now that Mr. X is activated, he will actually pursue us through the remainder of RPD2. Though if we're fast, he won't give us trouble. There's a few rooms we have to go through, and if we go through them quick enough, we'll beat him to the punch and we'll get into the library without having to worry about him. But casually, he can be trouble. Doesn't give you a lot of opportunities to rest.
Oh, he did a little backflip.
He tried his best.
He did. He tried. He's still learning.
Alright, so we've got no Mr. X in our way, so this is good.
Very good. Sometimes he'll be right outside that office door, which is really scary because he could either toss you back into the room, or if he's nice, he'll toss you out. But either way, we don't want him to toss us.
You might have noticed that one zombie she ran past looked like he wasn't really paying attention. And that's because of the... This one's close, but he was ready for it. We shoot a bullet before entering the library to aggro the zombies early, and they'll sort of make their way to the door. And that gives us enough time to put the jack into the library shelf and move it before they get close enough to hurt us.
Ooh,
Nice.
very, very close. Yeah.
So that's a line that she did to make that zombie lunge. And once he lunges at you, he'll actually despawn and spawn further down the hall out of her way when we exit. So it just makes the exit a little safer. Looks scary, but... Well, it looks scary because it is, but it's, it's useful.
Yeah.
Well, it is a horror game.
Yeah.
There was a cutscene when I was de-rusting. I forgot that it happened, and a character popped out of nowhere, and I legitimately got spooked. So even if you speedrun this game for hours and hours, there's sometimes, you know, you'll get spooked sometimes. At least me. I'm a scaredy cat, though.
Well, there's some legitimately scary things that can happen, no matter how many hours you have. Yeah, he was uncooperative, so we just give him a little juke.
Yeah. Do a little hokey pokey there.
Yeah, any remake runners will probably...
Oh, that's okay. We have a safety knife. Probably better for my inventory if I give it away.
Yeah. They'll probably be familiar with that little in and out juke style of baiting a bite, where you just sort of get in their aggro range and then step out of it.
Yeah, and you have to be careful with the timing on that too, because if you go back too quickly, then you'll just like walk right into their bite animation.
Mm-hmm.
I've definitely done that before. All right, so we got the 2 electronic parts, and this is gonna give us access. Oops. Ooh. There it is. Give us access to the parking garage key.
Yeah, we need that to get after irons. But now we switch gears and we're playing as Sherry. And she has her own little short section where she does some hero stuff to get herself out of trouble.
Oh, definitely hero stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, get the scissors.
Those blocks are also pretty random. Random to the point that you can move one block and put it into place and it'll actually solve the entire puzzle. That's extremely rare though. Like people with thousands of hours have maybe seen it once or twice.
I never seen it.
I've seen it twice, which is a lot.
Yeah, more than once. It's a little wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, Andrew, you have a clip of that, and you just like put it up on your fridge, look at it once in a while.
Yeah,
like,
just to...
This is what it could be.
Yeah. Remind myself of the gold split I'll never beat.
That must be the door out of here.
All right. And you might see me, I guess, shuffling Sherry's feet. And that's her version of stair skating. I don't know if we talked about stair skating just yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. But you might have seen earlier in the run where when I was playing as Claire, I was aiming my gun to the floor in like a rhythmic fashion. And that is called stair skating. And it's a much faster way to get up and down stairs. If you go up and down the stairs, normally the character will actually make an effort to step on every single step. So as you can imagine, it's a lot faster. It makes your character lunge and cancels that animation.
Yeah.
You'll see it in action a little bit later once we get out of the orphanage.
Yeah, that's something to not try at home though, because you'll fall on your face if you try to glide up the steps like these characters.
Yeah, I would not recommend putting on Heelys and going down the stairs like that.
No, it'd be cool if you pull it off, but
Don't try this at home. Disclaimer.
Show yourself. I know you're
right, so now we have a little game of hide and seek with Chief Irons. It's pretty simple, but he's he how do I put this? He could really use some glasses, and you'll see what I mean soon here.
Yes. I think this is Chief Irons' first time playing hide and seek. So I mean, we'll give him a bye.
Just gotta be here somewhere.
Yeah, he might not see well in the dark as well.
God damn it!
Yeah, so Specs are just gonna stand here now, and yeah, you'll see that he's having some trouble figuring out what's going
trying
on
his
here.
best.
Yeah, he's
He's still looking.
he's lost.
Yeah, okay, my original thought was that this block here is programmed as like a full wall, and that's why he can't see us.
Show yourself.
But is it true that his eyesight is just smaller in standard? Because this only works in standard, not hardcore mode.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a hardcore run, but I believe they follow his pathing up to this door rather than stand here, because on hardcore he can detect you easier. It's slightly different on hardcore, and I think that's just because his AI is a bit smarter.
Also, wait a minute. So story-wise, doesn't he have like acid on his face at this point?
Yes, we skipped the cutscene, but when Sherry initially grabs the key... Oh, Sherry, go down the stairs. Okay, Irons catches her, and in an effort to save herself, she grabs a vial of acid and just throws it on his face. So that's the hero stuff we're talking about.
Get over here, you little bitch.
Yeah, Sherry's she gets it done.
And then we skip the cutscene here, but Irons catches up to her, and Birkin shows up
See you again, Claire.
and saves Sherry. And spoiler alert, if you're not familiar with RE2, you might ask why Birkin, the boss we fought earlier in the game, is saving Sherry. It's because that Birkin is, ooh, I don't need an herb, is Sherry's dad. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, so Birkin's infected with the G virus, and the big thing about the G virus is that it people infected with it will instinctively try to basically make more monsters, and they prefer to do this with people that are blood relatives. So, sort of on instinct, he just ends up where Sherry is in an effort to also infect her with the G virus. So that's how he sort of ends up over there.
Wait, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
You could be a speedrunner of a game and like still learn stuff about the lore.
Yeah, you don't really need the lore to go fast, you know?
Looks like the only way forward.
This is true. You don't need to know to go fast.
Yeah. Yeah, so now we're out on the streets. So it's, for a little bit, it's not so claustrophobic. Still some narrow paths.
Oh goodness.
was
Misty.
close.
That's Misty. That was spooky.
Yeah, we're introduced to dogs. They run faster than you, but most of the time they don't give us trouble. We're gonna hope that stays true. We pretty much just run to where we're going and don't look back. There is one
Yep.
dog after this bus that can be a little bit of a problem, but
Oh, what? He turned? What?
yeah,
Don't
that's
do this to me.
another rare thing you never see.
That's never happened before.
Never happened before.
Hey! There it is.
I was waiting to use the trademark GDQ line.
There's always one.
Hang on, Sherry.
Yep. Knew it was possible, but just hoped it didn't happen.
I
But if it
didn't
was
even
gonna
know
happen
that was
anywhere-
possible.
Yeah, that's not a bad place for it.
True, yes, very true.
I have the pendant.
Yeah, there's a running, well, I don't know if it's a joke, but, because, I don't know, dogs are free?
Yeah, dogs are free.
Apparently,
All the time.
and I was like, oh, like, dogs are free. I thought that it meant, like, they're free, like, they're released from their cages in the kennels, and that's why they're out and about. Not that
Sherry?
they're free in the run, because they're pretty
Sherry,
random.
I'll be right there.
Yeah.
Go,
So Mr. X has found us once again.
Claire, it's behind you.
Sherry's mistaken because it's behind her, not us.
We just have to run faster than Sherry.
Yeah, you just have to be faster than the slowest person to get away.
True.
Sherry, can you don't stop?
All right, now we're in the sewers.
I'm gonna smell like shit.
And I'm glad that video games haven't advanced far enough to where we can smell in the game, because that would be awful here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
we
bet.
don't want that.
No.
No
The only
4D
game I want
sewers.
to smell in is like Cooking Mama or something.
Cable cars here.
Yeah, sewers is it's an interesting part of the run because we get introduced to a new enemy type, the G-adults. Nice. They're really big and they get all up in the way,
I'll be right there.
so they can be difficult to get past. But naturally, we have ways of getting through.
Yeah, there's some special tactics we employ to get by them. They're very specific. If the distance is not judged correctly, then it could mess up your strat, unfortunately. But that's just how the cookie crumbles in the sewers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So,
the other one didn't aggro. Oh, no, he did. Never mind. I lied.
That went
Oh, too soon.
very well. That can be a potentially scary part of the run, even though it looks simple. There's a zombie off screen to the left, so you have a pretty small window to stun the zombie in the vest and get past him. And there is a G-adult. They yeah, they sound horrible and they have the looks to match.
This is true. Whoa. Hey.
Where?
All right. Another pack we pick up here for more inventory space. I'm just gonna do some rearrangement of my inventory so the rook is in a nice spot. Pick up some more bullets.
Yeah, so whoever designed these sewers had a thing for chests, because there's a bunch of chest plugs that are scattered throughout the place, and we need those to get through a certain door either in order to reunite ourselves with Sherry.
Yes.
So they sort of become our new key item, like how the medallions were in RPD.
Yeah, so we're on our way to pick up 2 more chess pieces. But before we reach that room, we have to get through a room that's full of G-adults, which is pretty scary, especially if you're going through this section for the first time in your first playthrough. I know I spent a great amount of time in this room before I started speedrunning, and I knew the strats, so it's pretty difficult, for sure.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, the good thing about Claire is that she runs faster than Leon, the other character. So we can sort of just run by.
Oh, no.
He got us
Well,
that time.
unfortunate. Got ourselves.
We can replace
grabber.
that grenade down the line, so it's not a big deal to lose it.
Yeah. So, yeah, you might have noticed that I switched my sub-weapons. Oh, this is also a good thing to mention, that grenades and knives can be used as defensive weapons, not just offensive weapons. So I chose to use the nade there because we can't really afford to lose our knives, since the knives we need for our boss fights.
So this zombie that takes a little tumble and gets on our way, he can actually fall down and stay on the ground and be a crawler, which is best case scenario. So we don't really have to expend any bullets on him. But he can also fall and be facing away from you, which means you only really need one bullet. But what we got was he fell and was facing us, so we had to end up using 2 bullets there to get by.
Yeah, that's the not desirable RNG. The best one is when he's on the floor and stays there, because you can just walk by. Okay. Now I don't know what he's doing, so we are moving along.
Yeah, so this neat little weapon we picked up is the spark shot. So this run we'll be using spark shot strats. It's pretty much becomes our bread and butter for boss fights toward the end of the game. Especially G3, which we'll see later down the line. But it's also useful for stunning things that get in our way, like those G-adults, so we can get by pretty safe. Something you really appreciate when you have it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh. Oh, goodness. That's okay. We have an herb. Yeah, that's the bad RNG for that room when you return to it. What you would want to happen is you want the stairs to be clear, and for the 2 zombies that approached you earlier to be near the sewage. We call that pool party. But they were not in the pool, so that's why one of them ended up on the stairs. Unfortunately, we got bit there, but all right, that's why we have an herb.
And we'll be able to get another one right here.
Yes.
All right, Sherry.
Yeah, so we're now coming up on our next boss fight, which is Birkin once again, and we call him G2 for short. This fight is done once again entirely with the knife, but there's a bit of a mechanic to it that we'll see here shortly. Spec's gonna throw a grenade here to soften up G2's health before the fight even really begins, so that he jumps down immediately behind this shutter. Normally he'll stick his arm down through the ceiling and try to swipe at you for a while, but throwing that grenade will drop his health, and it'll skip all that, so we can get right to the fight. We're gonna be running from him. Number 1, because he's scary, and number 2, because you're really wasting your time if you fight him before actually getting to this platform here with the crane.
Oh.
You might have to dodge.
That's all right.
He is very sturdy. All right.
Very, very sturdy.
Yeah, normally he stuns a lot sooner than that, but now that we've got him down, we're pretty much just gonna stab him until he drops below 50% health, which is like 26 slashes or so, depending. Then we're gonna bait out a grab from him. He'll miss it, and the crane will come swinging back around, and that'll be it for G2.
Whew. Holding my breath. That fight is notorious for killing runs. Simply because if you die at this part,
So sorry, Sherry.
the
This is
autosave
taking forever.
happens when you're already on the platform with the button, which is an unfortunate autosave because you were not able to do the whole beginning sequence and bait out the attack pattern before you push the button.
And that said, her labs
Yeah,
weren't
it's
far.
there is a method to the madness we just saw. When she first presses the button, she runs she jukes back close to the box and then runs back again, and that'll bait out an attack. Two things can happen. What we got was the slow one, which is a little bit safer, where he'll swing multiple times and then slam the ground. But he can also do one where he leaps at us and swings. And that's faster because we get to knife at him quicker, but it's also a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. The aggressive swipe is
There's no turning
yeah.
back.
Did you say this right? It's more aggressive, but and it's faster.
This tram is bound
yeah.
for Nest.
So
Do not
ditto
exit
to
until the
Ender.
final destination.
Cool. So we are in the final section of the game, known as labs. Arguably the scariest part and the most dangerous part
Just hold on, Sharon.
of this run.
It's okay.
I am 100% behind that statement. It is very scary in the labs.
Yeah, labs are very scary.
Yeah, so at this point in the game, your DA is high. DA stands for difficulty adjustment. I don't think we talked about that yet.
We didn't.
But a very important number to consider when you're running this game.
Yeah, DA is basically a hidden value, which we're able to see with certain speedrun tools like the SRT. Basically, as you do well, that number will go up and make the game harder. And if you're in trouble often, that number will go down and make things easier. So with speedrun strats being fairly precise, our DA does end up getting pretty high by the time we get to labs.
Ooh, he mad. Okay, grabbing the arc shot attachment. Then we're going to see our friend outside and do a knife giveaway. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can say goodbye to him forever.
Goodbye forever.
Bye forever. Oh, I thought that was the end of the hallway. It's so dark. Oh, goodness.
Just another step or two.
Yeah, it's
Your presence
spooky when you run into the corner of the wall like that.
Wall strats.
Wall strats.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So the objective of this section is to get the antiviral agent for Sherry because she has been infected with the G virus and she's slowly turning. And the way we get the antiviral agent is by getting the highest security clearance in the labs. So much like the medallions and the chest pieces, we got to run around and upgrade our wristband. And I need to get a grenade because we used one in sewers.
Mm-hmm. This room we're entering right now looks pretty ominous, and that's because we're introduced to our first Ivy. This one, we have the luxury of being able to just run past him before he activates. But those enemies, if you don't have a self-defense item and they are able to grab you, they will instantly kill you. So you don't want to get grabbed, and we sort of run out of safety nets at this point in the game as far as self-defense items go, because we basically need everything that we have. But with the spark shot, we do have 2 free uses of that if we need to, because I believe she has 5
Yes.
spikes in it. So if 2 end up in our way, we should be fine, because we need at least 3 to do the G3 fight.
to match cartridge capacity.
Solution to this puzzle is just red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green.
Just RGB until it does something.
Yeah.
This puzzle took me so long to figure out. I'm embarrassed to say, but now everybody knows.
Yeah. Casually, it's that one can be a doozy.
What?
Oh, he's
Let
not
me
there.
through, let me through. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Oh, what?
That's lucky.
Wow.
Yeah, that's you generally don't see that. Normally there's an ivy there, blocking our way to the ladder. We can stun them. They have orange bulbs on their body, and if you shoot them, it'll momentarily stun them.
All right. Whew. So I threw a nade there earlier, because if you don't nade the zombies, they will actually get up and wander around with 2 lickers in the room. So to minimize risk, we just take care of them off the bat, and then we need to deal with the lickers on our way out and on our way. Wait, on our way in and on our way out. Out this section. Yeah, you know what I mean. When we go through the room.
Yeah. So the lab licker's here. Dangerous part of the run. We're gonna hope it goes well.
Jump.
We got good.
Oh,
okay, perfect.
Thank you. Oh.
You want them to jump on the ceiling there, as you flash them, because they'll take an especially hard tumble if they're on the ceiling, and they'll be stunned for a very long time, long enough for us to just sort of safely get away. There's a bit of precision involved in what she did. You want to wait till you hear both lickers aggro as you're hugging the wall, and then do some camera manipulation by not looking at them. And the idea is that you get far enough away from them that they'll leap to the ceiling, but sometimes it doesn't end up as gracefully as that, and you have a dead run on your hands very quickly. Things can go bad very quickly there, but we got good luck.
Yeah, that was, I'm very happy with that. Let's hope we get out of here unscathed.
Looking good. You're good. Yeah. On the way out, there's no safety net. You just sort of YOLO your way out.
Very much a YOLO thing coming out, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Whew, wow, that was very nice labs.
Yeah, it went pretty smooth.
Yeah, what makes that section really dangerous is, well, those sections are just dangerous, period. But what makes it even more frustrating is that the checkpoint for that is far back, where we did the RGB puzzle. So as you can imagine, if you die at the very, very end there, just leaving the liquor room, it puts you all the way back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he is dancing. He's celebrating with me.
Yeah, that
Very close.
Yeah, if he's moving like that, the thing with the ivies is that if they're moving and it's like moving away from you and not facing you, you can actually run by them. But seeing as though we have spark shot, there's no reason to not be extra safe about it. Just to ensure we don't get grabbed.
Yeah, I don't trust the ivies. The ivies are very scary. And if you're wondering, if you're familiar with like the most optimal strat, which is skipping the spark shot altogether, the way you get past those ivies is actually by knifing them, which is very scary, but could be consistent. Okay, I didn't change the puzzle solution. We gotta do that. Take 2.
The lizard showed
came
up.
for us.
Yeah.
Goodness. So whenever we mess up the puzzle like that, specifically the it's a modulator, right?
Yeah.
Modulator puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
We joke that there's a lizard that just comes out and he messes up the solution for us. He jumps out of the item box and he gives us the business.
Yeah, just a little silly joke.
There's a lot of inside jokes that our runners have with this category. Oh,
The hidden
you
speedrunner
need to read the
note.
document.
Yeah.
Yeah, speed notes. Like that's what we call spark notes. We're holding the spark shot and we're reading the lore, the deepest lore.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to almost do this. Okay.
So now we're coming up on G3. We're gonna soften them up with 3 precise spark shots. So we want to disable all 3 eyes. That'll make them fall over here, and then we go to town on him with the amazing high FPS knife.
Oh, what? No. I have an awkward spot. All good.
Yeah, you'll notice her sort of moving to square up with G3 so that she's getting the maximum amount of coverage with her knife, making sure she's getting as much of that hitbox as she can. And you end up one cycling G3 that way. If you don't kill him before he walks away from you, he'll pick up he'll like rip off a section of the wall and slam it down, and he's invincible while he's doing that. So you lose quite a bit of time.
I thought you were just gonna end there. You just lose.
Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah. For speedrun purposes, you lose, and it's a reset. But yeah, none of that here.
Yeah, you could before, or as he's doing the animation, rather, you could still do damage to him, but he won't die. Like he'll be at like 0.00001 HP, but he won't die until that animation is done.
Yeah, so you're just forced to watch your run slip away from you. You can't do anything about it. So rather than subject yourself to that torture, we just reset.
We have to go.
Faster to reset than to watch him finish the animation.
Yeah.
Right, so we saved Sherry, and now we are going to escape the lab. Final section of the run.
This is the home stretch.
We get a little reprieve here with the elevator. Catch our breath.
Some calm music.
As the lab disintegrates before our eyes, but we're keeping calm.
Yeah. Pretty sure you're supposed to take the steps in these situations, but I'm fine with
This is true.
I guess this is fine.
Yes. Yeah, don't take an elevator in an emergency. Stairs are probably better.
Yeah.
But we have this cool thing called plot armor.
If you're a main character, it's fine.
Yeah, if you're a main character, you're good. I'm gonna grab the knife here. I actually broke my knife during G3, so I have to be mindful of that. Usually I would have 3 knives to discard. But the discarding is only really important if you have less item slots. But I do have 2 extra, so we should be fine, but I break them anyway out of habit.
Yeah, it's just an easy way to clean up your inventory toward the end of the game. There's some ivies that'll be on our way down here. And basically we just break a knife on one, and then we would use another knife in self-defense on the second one. So it just gets us 2 free spots.
Hold on.
Yes.
I think I can open it from
And
the other
this
side.
section is pretty much like auto-scroller. We wait for Sherry to open the door, and that's why we have the time to break the knives. So knife 1, and then we're gonna give the other one away to his second friend here. And doing this is just enough time for us to do all that, and for Sherry to open the door for us.
Yeah, it's nice how it ends up working out.
Yes.
The sounds of the ivy chasing you are scary, but you're pretty safe. You won't get there in time.
Yeah, you're good. Just think happy thoughts and wait for Sherry to open the door.
Pretend it's not there.
Just pretend it's not there. If you don't see it, it can't see you. You're not in danger. All right, so this is the final stage. I keep saying final, but it is really no bait. Like this is the last stretch.
Yeah, we'll
Get the joint plug.
We'll be facing the final boss for Claire right here, which is G4. We'll have a cool little minigun for this fight, but G4 functions differently from the other bosses. It's not so much dropping his health to 0 here. His health is based on how many eyeballs he has. So you'll see here using the minigun to soften up some eyeballs at the start. They constantly regenerate, so it's pretty much a rush to take out as many as possible. This is looking good. What she's aiming to do is she's gonna wait a second here and try to kill him, which she does get him. That's a knife kill, which is just about the fastest kill you can get on him. If you don't kill him there, he'll do some animations afterwards that lose time.
Time.
GG.
GG, indeed.
Very nice.
All right, I'll let the cutscene play. But yeah, thank you. That was a pretty decent run. So I just wanted to give a shout out to GDQ for putting this event together. Shout out to Ek. Shout out to Ender for doing excellent commentary. GG's on the run, and that was Resident Evil 2 Remake, Claire A. I'm Spectralite, and I hope you enjoyed the run.
We're getting out of here.
Yeah, we can watch the ending here. While we're doing this as well, if anyone wants to check you out or find you on Twitch or anything like that, where can they find you?
Sure, yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/Spectralite, just as it's spelled on the screen. I'm also on social media. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram, _Spectralite, spelled the same way, just don't forget the underscore at the beginning. I mainly speedrun stuff, but as with a lot of people, I am infatuated with Elden Ring at the moment. Yes. And Ender, he actually speedruns too. Ender, did you want to say where people can find you?
Yeah, sure. You can find me at twitch.tv/KJ_Ender. Planning to come back to this game. I also do Remake. Yeah, that's where you can find me if you're interested.
All right.
So what's the first thing you want to do when we get out of here?
I want to see where you live.
Good. Zai, take a shower.
Yeah.
Really? Not bad. Ooh, yeah.
Claire!
Leon! It's so good to see you.
I told you we'd make it, didn't I?
You did.
All right.
All right. Thank you again for doing the run. I want to let the ending play out without having to have us entirely talk over it there. But thank you both, Spectralite and KJ Ender, for being here for the RE2 Make run. And as well, really quick, we're going to be going to a quick wellness break. This is the time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, and generally do what you need to do while we prepare for the next run in our night. So really quick, we're going to be right back. Before I go, I just want to say that if you're watching this over on YouTube, feel free to join us at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at our live content starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be right back. All right, we are back from the break. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that run of RE2 Make. It's definitely a classic game, and I think it is definitely a staple in horror speedrunning and horror in general. Our next game is going to be a little bit weirder, but this has become a quick favorite of mine, both just to kind of watch, and it's a general game, and it might be a game that you maybe never heard of. The next game is going to be one called Koudelka, which my knowledge of this game is that it is the precursor to a series called Shadow Hearts, which might resonate with some of you in chat. It's going to be a horror RPG. We don't see a lot of those, so this should be a very exciting game if you're into anything like that. Anyway, we're going to be having Koudelka with Miss Scarlett Hanager. Take it away.
Hello. Yes, Koudelka is definitely an interesting and strange game. The only other horror RPG I can think of besides it, like actual horror RPG, is Shadow Hearts, its sequels, and Parasite Eve. So
Sweet Home.
Huh?
Sweet Home.
Oh, Sweet Home. I forgot about Sweet Home. I forgot about the precursor to my favorite horror franchise. I am a terrible speedrunner. Okay, so first thing that I personally do before I even touch the actual playing of the game is this game, despite being a PlayStation 1 game, actually has almost full button remapping. You can remap all of the face buttons, which is nice because I'm not a fan of how they are set up out of the gate, because for some reason they put run on circle instead of square as default, which, if anybody knows me, hello, I play a lot of obscure games like Kuon, which does have that control scheme, which makes it hard to run sometimes. Anyway, we are going to get straight into it in 3, 2, 1, click. All right. So the story of Koudelka is essentially a motley crew of 3 people who very much dislike each other, at least for the first 80% of the game, are infiltrating a weird, demon-possessed, haunted little monastery. And as you can see, I skipped the intro cutscene, and it throws you right into a fight. You don't even get to look at your inventory before it's already showing you how to fight. The game sort of has a bit of a Final Fantasy Tactics system, in that is a RPG with turn-based combat, but also has a weird grid system. The grid system is very small, though, and there's no terrain that you generally have to deal with. So for the most part, you won't see using the grid too much. It only comes into play a couple times in the game, mostly towards the beginning here. And also, yes, it has some of the best music ever, in my opinion. The, like, 3 songs in it. So one thing that can make this game both a lot of fun to run and a lot of headache to run is that the game is very, very RNG. Every single drop is RNG. The stats of every weapon and equipment that you get is RNG. And most, if not, no, it's like all but like 1 or 2 of the equipment and weapons you get are random drops from enemies or random statted drops from bosses. So any 2 Koudelka runs can end up looking completely different from each other. Come on. Also, sometimes Koudelka just doesn't like to open doors or go upstairs when you tell her to. She just likes to be special like that sometimes. And because this is a speedrun, we skip all of the cutscenes, which is kind of a shame because Koudelka has some of the most gorgeous cutscenes I've ever seen, and if I recall, was one of the first games that ever got full motion cap. So all of its cutscenes are fully motion capped, and since they pretty much, as far as I can remember, only take place from 1 camera angle in each cutscene, you get to see all of the glorious mocap. And it's really good mocap.
So I guess 1 question and 1 general comment.
Yes.
With Koudelka and the quality of it, I know this was a very late era PS1 game. I think it was like 1999. And this game was one of the only ones that had, I think, actual, like, was it theater actors who voice acted the characters? Like, actual voice actors, and wasn't just using random guys they had around the area.
Yeah. It's a analogous game I can sort of think of as Silent Hill 2, in that the voice actors and the mocap actors are the same people. They used the people who did the voices as the mocap actors, and if I recall, they were theater actors. So here's the one like big RNG moment that can actually cause a reset. Thankfully, I have a backup save just in case. Yep, we have to reset. Okay. Thankfully, I did have a backup save because I thought ahead. So the reason why I reset there was you could see that I had a mystic weapon, if you have a mystic weapon at that particular drop, okay, if you have a mystic weapon at that particular drop, it pretty much forces a reset. There are two weapons there, the hammer and the pipe. If either of them are mystic, vital, or light, it's an automatic reset, and if both of them are water, it's an automatic reset. Now, the reason behind that is kind of complicated, but it mostly comes down to the fact that literally everything in the game is randomized, including the elements on the weapons, and some particular elements pretty much cause you to lose 10 to 20 minutes at certain boss fights early in the game unless you have at least a decent elemental setup. Especially if it's Mystic, which causes you not to do damage to HP, but you do damage to their MP. Or Vital, which causes you to absorb HP, but you hardly do any damage. So thankfully...
So that actually, Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so thankfully I have this backup save, which has one of the best RNGs for the weapons, and it took me like an hour of just resetting and resetting to get that.
So that definitely feeds into my next question. I was gonna ask, I know RNG can be bad. What's like, can you get like really good RNG that can make it run ridiculously good on the opposite end? Obviously we don't get it here. But is it possible?
It is possible, and to be honest, the RNG in general in the game is not actually that important. And just to show chat here, I have a fire pipe and I have an earth pipe on this save. Are you gonna? There we go. The best RNG is either fire earth or fire water, specifically for a boss fight coming up. But the only real, like, game-ending RNG point is this one. To be honest, every other RNG point is just, okay, you're going to be losing time, but it's not like you're going to, you know, lose a run. So in order to sort of game the boss's RNG here, I'm just going to get right up in his face and start attacking him. This is the only time in the game you do this, because generally you never want to have Koudelka or the third character that you get after this, James, anywhere near any enemies, because it gets pretty obvious pretty quickly that the character Edward, we're just gonna pump up his health stat and pump up his defense stat, stick him in front of the other two characters, and just let them be glass cannons behind him, because that's just the way that it is. Because this game has like it has a stat system upon level up, and you'll see it after this fight. That's wow, that was really fast. That upon level up, I just remember what I need to do. Okay, it is stat based, which can get a little funky later on because of RNG, of course. There we go. And at least for the first disc or so, your, like, what you put stats into is pretty stringent. You need to make sure you put specific level ups into specific stats in order to make early boss fights easy. So the beginning of the game, the first disc or disc and a half, has a lot of needing to remember how to do things, which is one of the reasons why I still use the guide, even though I've played this game quite a few times at this point. But later on, it gets a little, you might want to put some points here, you might want to put some points there. But for Edward, we're just going to shove all of his points into Vitality for the most part. Koudelka and James get a little bit more of attacking. Now, this is not the best RNG, because this guy likes to shoot Koudelka, which is not the best. But this, yeah. Because he does a lot of damage, and he's not very nice. Now, normally I would run away from all the fights, but for this area, just because of XP routing, you want to make sure you get into 2 fights before the next boss, specifically to force a level up on James, which is the third character that we got during a cutscene that I just skipped. And James is a priest. He's not a nice priest. Now, it kind of makes me sad that I'm going to be skipping all the cutscenes, because they're just beautiful and gorgeous. So you won't get to see a lot of him, but let's see here. Oh, there we go. That's what I forgot to do. Come on. There we go. that was a little example of sometimes Koudelka just doesn't like to go upstairs when you tell her to. One thing that I found that can sort of help with that is just let go of all of the face buttons in front of an interactable. Let go of all the face buttons and directional buttons. Wait a half a second and then start smashing X in order to actually interact with something. Because sometimes the movement doesn't like to work. Which, I know since you play Parasite Eve Ecdysis, doesn't Parasite Eve have it where you can like hold a directional button during a fade-in and still go that direction?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't do that in this game. You need to wait until it loads in most of the time. Sometimes you can get away with it. Most of the time you have to wait for a full load in, or else Koudelka just won't go forward and you'll have to let go of all the buttons and then push them again in order to actually get her to do something.
Oh lord, I hate games like that so much.
So here's our second fight, thankfully. There has been times where I've just had to run into the wall for like 30 seconds waiting for a fight. Hopefully I won't have to get a third random fight, but... Also, I should be careful not to accidentally run away from the fight because I have muscle memory that tells me press triangle, then press X because it's technically faster than navigating down to the wait button. The problem is when you do that when you're not wanting to actually run from a fight. So yeah, these guys I just need to quickly try and kill them so we can get a level up on James. Oh, and this game actually uses ammunition for the weapons. It doesn't become too important except for one specific fight later on, but mostly because this is the last part of the game where we're going to be actually using the pistol on Koudelka. There we go. We're just gonna dump all of his points into agility. Oh good, we got whiskey. That's a weird thing to say. Whiskey is the equivalent of a phoenix down in this game, by the way. So this is the second boss fight, and most of the game is actually boss fights. You don't spend a lot of time actually doing the random fights. There's only one point where you're really level grinding. So I've gotta hope I can get off 2 of these. It's okay if I don't, but you have the ability to fortify spells. Okay, he has fire, and I need to use that against blue. Okay. Each one of these guys, this is your classic RPG elemental boss. Blue is your water. Oh wow, I just one-shot him. Blue is your water. Enemy green is your earth, and red is your fire, which means we can need to use those elemental weaknesses attached to the weapons. But for some reason, the game devs decided to give the red boss about twice the HP of the other ones. So we instead used Koudelka in order to just use something called Fortify Vitality, and you can use their buff spells. If you use them on your allies, it buffs that attribute. If you use it on an enemy, it debuffs that attribute. So you try to get Vitality once, ideally twice, but half the time he uses silence on Koudelka so she can't cast anymore. But if you can get 2 Vitality downs on the boss, it's good RNG. If you get 1, okay, looks like we're getting good RNG. If you get 1, that means that you're going to be out the fight for a little bit longer. But thankfully, we got 2. So, Ek, I heard that you were talking about running this game. You think you're going to do it someday?
Possibly. The thing with RPGs is always, I worry about the fights. Although hearing this game is mostly boss fights, it actually does kind of make it sound a little bit easier. Yeah. Although the fact that during a marathon-style run, I watched you have to reset because you didn't get proper RNG is slightly daunting. This
is fair, but caveat, it is a RNG moment that happens less than 4 minutes into the run. And if I had to guess, I only reset there 40% of the time. roughly. Because most of the combinations of weapons, elemental types on the weapons that you can get, is usable. Not ideal, but usable. So for the most part, it's usually fine. It's just, if you get one of those 3 elemental types on either of one of the weapons, you just need to reset, because you're going to have a bad time if you don't.
Well, actually, even speaking of those weapons, I'm actually kind of wondering, I guess for context, because I guess a lot of Twitch chat here is not going to understand as much as just generally knowing how the run goes. How much are we going to be using these elemental weapons? Because I imagine in standard RPG fashion, when you get new weapons, you probably want to phase them out anyway.
Actually using the weapons? Hardly at all after the beginning of the game. The weapons are essentially just, for most of the game, just for stat bonuses. Oh, that's not. Oh, right, I have to move him forward. Edward uses weapons consistently, though there is a full, like, 2-disc spread where you're just going to be skipping Edward's turn because he's just a meat shield for the other 2. Or he's just a meat shield for Koudelka specifically. With one big fight being the major exception to that. Okay. I'm just going to do a little bit of inventory management. We're going to ditch the pistol. Goodbye, pistol. So something that's interesting to know about this game, and by interesting, I mean really, really fun to mess around with if you're playing casually. You can rename every single weapon, accessory, and armor, and tool / item, like a potion. Every single one of them can be renamed except for, like, key items. So you could call the whiskey a Boston pie if you wanted. You could call the pistol a saber. You could name items after your cat. And the best part is, it will persist. So let's say you name a potion to soda. So you name the potion soda, and hold on. Right, tornado. So you name the potion soda, and every potion you get from that point, from every drop or anywhere else, will be named soda. So it actually carries over, which I find hilarious. Alright, so I put Edward there for a reason. For some reason, once the boss has started casting, it's not the best RNG. Once the boss has started casting, if you shove Edward right where he's standing, it cancels the, not always, but it cancels sometimes the boss's attack if she's using a specific attack. Now we have to hope that that attack did not silence Koudelka. Because if it did, okay, it did. Good. Because if it had, we would just be sitting here skipping everybody's turn for about 2 minutes, which is less than ideal. Now, if you get good RNG on that first fight, the one that I had right for skipping the intro cutscene, the best RNG on that fight is to get a Panacea drop, or Panacea drop from it. Because if you do, let's see if I can just... Because if you do, if Koudelka gets silenced, you can just skip it. You can just heal her, it's fine. But if you don't, whenever Koudelka gets silenced, and you don't have a Panacea, you just get to chill and skip people's turns until the status effect goes away. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. There we go. Okay, we're just going to throw that item immediately on Koudelka because most of this run is just doing everything you can to turn Koudelka into a cannon. And eventually, as long as you get decent RNG, you don't even need good RNG, as long as you get decent RNG on the stat drops on your items, then Koudelka starts 2-shotting bosses, 2 or 3-shotting bosses later on, with a couple notable exceptions. Alright, so I picked up that rope, we're going to put the rope ladder there, and we're going to go down it. And I am 18 minutes-ish into the run, 20 minutes-ish, and we are already about at the end of disc 1. Yeah, because despite this being an RPG, it's about 2 hours long. Less than 2 hours if you get decent RNG.
So the better question is, how long does it take to swap the disc, and do you have, like, when you run this game on your own stream, do you have a split for the disc swapping?
I don't have a split for this swapping because I've got it down to a science at this point. I actually have it already set up next to me with the disc out and everything. So all I have to do is during the fade to black, I will drop my controller, grab it, and start the disc swap. So I actually don't have to work, it only takes me about a couple seconds. So this fight in particular is an absolute pain. So if I go quiet for a second, that's because I'm trying to remember what I'm doing. Oh, of course, I immediately messed it up because I cast the spell on the wrong dude. It should be fine, though. It just means that I'm gonna have to swap the order of some of the stuff. Okay. So each character has a move that they can do, and they can do a attack. Most of the time, you're not going to be using the move command, but during these early fights, you will. Okay. Now, I set the characters up that way and sort of to force the enemies into a certain pattern of attack. Do I know why it does that? No. But you want to make sure that the evil James, which, by the way, these are all doppelgangers of your characters, that the evil James is towards the back, and that Koudelka decides to run forward despite the fact that the evil Koudelka is squishy. Which is what happened there, and they're gone now. Also, we're already getting to the point where Koudelka's starting to do a lot of damage with her magic. At least compared to hitting things with a hammer. That should be enough. I'll just skip his turn. So there is strats for all of the fights. So do this, then this, then this in order to get through the fight quickly. But sometimes because of RNG or fat fingering the button and accidentally hitting the wrong enemy with the wrong spell, like I just did, causes you to have to think on your feet a little. But despite there being a lot of RNG in this game, the RNG is really not that bad. Sure, you can't assume you're going to have whatever stats at whatever point, but the game is routed in such a way as to remove as much of that as possible, especially when you're learning to run. And you'll see that early-ish in Disc 2 when we have the 1. I'm sorry if you heard that. My chinchilla decided that he wanted to run on his reel really loudly. All right. Oh, good. We got some Panaceas. Now I don't have to worry about Koudelka getting silenced anymore. Okay, we're about to go into a disc swap. So let's see how fast I can get this disc swap done. There we go. Done. That's what I meant by how fast it goes. It helps that I have my PS2 literally right next to my knee. All right, so here, you're stuck in a room, there's no way out. There's 2 items on the ground. You just need to grab them. Game, thank you. And then look at the body of totally not corpses, and then come over here. And that's how you solve this room. It took me way too long to figure out how to do that. Because the game doesn't tell you what you need to do to get out of the room or trigger this boss fight. So you just sort of run around until you figure it out. Alright, here, this fight's pretty easy. Just set the enemy on fire and win. For a lot of the fights from now on, that's going to be the order of things. Cast the spell that is the opposite of the enemy's weakness, or that is the enemy's weakness, until they go down. Now, ideally, it would take only 2 rounds, but this probably is going to take 3 rounds. Yeah, it's probably still going to take 3 rounds. And this is the beginning of the eternal skipping Edward's turn segment of the game. That wasn't very nice. All right, and there goes that guy. Thankfully, I've played this game enough times that I don't usually have to look and see what I have to do to level up because it doesn't change after this point. It's a little particular earlier on in the game. Wow, that was bad RNG. But for the most part, it's just pump agility for Koudelka, agility and intelligence for most of the game, and vitality for the other 2, at least for a while. He always... That particular enemy, there's some specific enemies in this game that seem to have it out for specific characters. That enemy there will always, without fail, shoot Koudelka first. And because Koudelka has very, very low defense for pretty much the entirety of the game, it can one-shot her, which is a little annoying if you get that RNG. Now here is going to be one of the last times you see the menu in the game, or at least the one of the specific menus. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. The last time that you see the formation screen, because this is the formation the characters will be in for the rest of the game. Now the formation screen just sets up what grid square that your characters start off on in a fight. But after this point, we never mess with it again. Because you never need to. Alright, and we are already almost in another boss fight. If I hadn't gotten into a random fight there, at least. Rude. So as you can see, I have the characters set up in such a way that Edward is towards the front because he literally spends the rest of the game being a meat shield. Which is kind of apt. Now, theoretically, you could make him a mage, because the game doesn't prevent you from putting the level up stats into whatever you want, but the character's starting stats definitely are saying, make Edward a meat shield and make Koudelka a glass cannon. So, because it's faster, that's what we do in a speedrun. Alright, and now it's time for another boss. This one is slightly different than some of the other ones in that we are not going to actually cast a spell with Koudelka yet. And it's the only of 2 times in the game that you use a fortify spell. Because we need to... Koudelka has... There's no RNG in which Koudelka will be strong enough to take this guy out quickly without using Fortify Intelligence, which boosts the damage of her spells. So it'll be the only time the entire run where you see Edward cast a spell, unless I mess something up and I have to use him to revive someone. But once both of them have cast their spells, then you can start attacking with Koudelka. Because it's kind of a waste of a turn if you attack with her before that. This music always makes me want to dance.
One of my only issues with this game is that I do like the song, but I think it's used in almost every single fight that's not a boss fight.
It is, well, this is the boss fight music.
Oh. Well, I think it's used for every boss fight too, then, right?
Yes.
I just remember it was like a loop of 2 songs. I think the final boss has a unique song.
The, hold on. There we go. There is the boss song, there is the fight song, which is your random fight song, and then there is the, first form final boss music, and third form final boss music. So the final boss is a 3-stage boss fight. The first 2 stages have the same song, and the third stage has a different song. So the entire game really has 4 battle music, and 3 of them are boss music.
It's a wide selection.
It does have a lot of music, if you go and look it up, but a lot of the music, quote-unquote music, isn't actually music. It sort of does the horror thing of, here, have some ambient wind sounds and dripping noises. So if you actually go and look up the soundtrack for this game, most of it is ambient tracks with only like I think there's 8 or so actual songs. All right, now this is something never to forget. Those little pixels, you gotta pick them up. Because that is the crossbow, which is going to be the sole reason why you're going to be able to get through the next fight. Which is kind of rude, but that's the way it is. Okay, so this is going to be the only... Of course I get into a random fight when I don't want to. This is going to be the only area coming up in 2 rooms where we actually sit and grind for a second. Now, normally I would only grind a couple fights in that room in order to make sure Koudelka has enough HP for one specific area later. But because it's a marathon and for marathon safety, I'll stick around for a couple more fights to make sure I get a couple items that make later on much easier. And it's this specific little grinding area that is... That was rather rude. I'm gonna focus here for a second. Okay. For a second there, I thought I might have been in a little bit of trouble in a random fight. What was I saying? Okay.
Something about the room.
There we go. Right. So this little room up here is the one room in the game that I know of that gives you the ability to get that has a variety in the random drops that enemies can give you that it's worth it to grind in. If that makes sense. Now, oh, what? Ideally, you want to make sure that Koudelka has at least 800 HP. Now, this enemy here, this knight, if you can take care of him, he has a chance to drop something called chainmail. And if you can get that, you don't have to grind at all, and you can get out of here. I'll still probably grind a little bit, even if I get a chainmail, just for safety's sake. And there's no way I would be able to remember what the elemental weaknesses for these guys are, so I do have a cheat sheet for them.
I can imagine that's definitely helpful in a game like this.
Oh yeah, it's a requirement. I don't think that I'll ever get to the point where I can remember. Because everybody has their own elemental weakness, and you can't tell from looking at them what it is. Like, for some reason, this headless zombie thing with glass shards in its chest is weak to earth magic. And for some reason, the suit of armor is weak to fire. So hopefully chainmail. Come on, get RNG. Hey, I got chainmail. So if I was doing this as an actual run, I would equip the chainmail on Koudelka and I would leave. But because this is a marathon run, I'm going to do a couple more fights to try and get a little bit more levels just to pad out some later game areas a bit more. Because you can get accessories in this room, which if you're having very bad RNG, both James and Edward will spend the entire game or most of the game without accessories, which can hamstring you later on. But if you're still new to the game, I suggest sticking around this area for a while in order to bump those characters up just a touch. So this is one of the areas where I have to keep reminding myself in my head, keep my finger away from triangle so I don't accidentally run away from the fight. Because you run from the fight by pressing triangle, then the run button. Thankfully, unlike most JRPGs, this is the only section of the game that you quote-unquote grind in.
If I remember right as well, in terms of grinding, not only do you have to grind the general experience, doesn't magic rank up the more you use it?
Yes! But interesting thing about that, in a speedrun, we don't care.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Yeah, no, it's pretty frequent, actually, that I go through an entire speedrun without a single level up on the spells. It does happen. It's not uncommon that I'll have fire or the flare spell level up to, I'll probably do one more fight and then we'll go. That I have flare level up to level 2. But it's also pretty frequent that I'll get all the way through to the final boss fight and all of my spells will be level 1. So the level up system on spells, which also goes to weapons, but I'll explain the spells first. So the more you use a spell, the more experience that spell gets for that character. And eventually, that spell will level up. Level up is not the best thing sometimes in a speedrun, depending on what your stats are. Because if Flare levels from level 1 Flare to level 2 Flare, it doubles the MP cost. Which can be bad if you don't have a high enough mind stat. Yeah, mind stat, which is the one that dictates how much MP you have. So say you are in the final fights of the game, and let's say you're a boss fight or 2 before the end, and your flare level is up to level 2, and you're like, okay, I'm doing more damage. A higher level magic spell causes you to be able to hit more than one enemy at once if they're next to each other. Which, sure, cool, but then you run out of MP on the final fight, and you have no items to replenish your MP with. That has happened to me before, and it caused me to lose about 10 minutes on the final fight. Because I had to rely on James, who at that point will be a magic caster, but he won't be a good one. Oh no, piety stat, not the mind stat, is the one that controls your MP. And yes, it's abbreviated to Pi, which I find hilarious. Okay, I'm just gonna do a little bit of inventory. Yes, I'll give you that. You can have this. Do I have another one? I do not, okay. And just for safety, everybody is fully healed. That's great. So now it's time for another boss fight. Something that is really helpful is that your characters all get full heals upon level up. Which is great, but kind of funny because frequently after boss fights you'll get 2 or 3 level ups per character.
It's double the healing.
Yeah. I wish. God, could you imagine if you leveled up 3 times and just compound VHP? Oh my god, I almost one-shot him. So that's what happens when you spend a half a second grinding a bit. Because this enemy has 2,600 HP, and as you saw, I did over 2,000 there. So I almost one-shot this boss. Oh, and for those who are wondering, this game does have 2.5 endings.
And a half?
And a half. The third one is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game, but it's technically a non-standard game over. It doesn't actually give you an ending. That's why I say 2.5. But on the speedrun, on any percent category, which is what we're doing, we are getting the quote-unquote bad ending. I say quote-unquote because it's the canon ending, and I think it's a better ending than the good ending, personally. But I'm just gonna save myself some time later. There we go. So now we have projectile weapons again, because James has a bow gun. And we have to make sure that he has the bow gun, because James is about to, or your entire party is about to go through the second worst boss fight in the game. And I say that because I spent all that time building Koudelka up, making sure she was a glass cannon, could almost one-shot a boss. This next fight, the boss is immune to magic. Which is the worst. Thankfully, it's the only fight like that in the game, but it's one of 2 very annoying boss fights in this game. There we go. I kind of wish I knew what stat helped out with being able to run from fights. I think it's been stated that it's probably luck, but I don't know if anybody's actually confirmed that. Alright. So this fight is against a man named Elias. He's just a regular dude, and because he's a regular dude, for some reason he's immune to magic. Also, not only is he immune to magic, but you can't hit him as long as these barricades are up. So you use Koudelka, you use Koudelka in order to take out the barricades, and everybody else just waits for a minute. Yes, I'm aware of a game that I can't escape. Oh, and that is an example of me fat fingering the controls, because instead of actually attacking with Koudelka there, I instead skipped her turn. Okay. Thankfully, this boss is very easy to predict. He always hits Koudelka, then Edward, then James. Then Koudelka, then Edward, then James. So as long as you know that, then you can just sort of guess who he's gonna hit next. Alright, now it's Edward's time to shine for the only time in the game, because he's the only one who can deal damage. Wow, that almost took out James in one hit. Great. Also, one thing that makes this fight take a little bit longer than strictly necessary is the fact that you have to reload the crossbow or the bow gun after every single time that Edward uses it. So that was 2 hits. Okay, he'll take 2 more.
It is pretty neat how essentially every boss has their, like, special mechanic, so to speak.
Yes, at least, up until this point. It's after here-ish? No, starting from disc 3-ish, really. It's just make sure you know what the enemy's elemental weakness is, and then just pound them with Koudelka's magic. Except for the final fight. The final fight is a little gimmicky. And that should be good. There we go. Occasionally I know what I'm doing. And that was Elias. Okay. So we talked to him because cutscenes and we want to get important items. We're just going to skip that because this is a speed run. Cutscenes are not important, even though they're very pretty cutscenes. And we're just going to go back the way we came. Because we have some business with the keys that we just got from that fight. Which involved just going back to some previous areas, opening a couple doors, and getting a couple items. So I should probably note, because this is a room that can happen in. Okay, this is an example of Koudelka just not wanting to go upstairs. There is 2 random fights that you can get in specific areas of this game. That is the only time that you, outside of the grind sessions, that you actually do the fight. One is against an enemy called Mars, and the other one is against an enemy called the Black Cats. Now, the Black Cats enemy is literally just a little cat. It's not a mutated creature or anything. It just looks like a black cat with glowing red demon eyes, but still just a little black kitty. You still have to take it out, though, if you're playing on the North American version of the game, if you happen to get it in a random fight during a speedrun, because it happens to have a chance to drop the most powerful mage weapon in the game. So it's a little sad, but sometimes sacrifices need to be made.
Oddly enough, since you mentioned the differences in versions, I think for the speedrun leaderboard, every single version has its own unique board because of the weird difficulties between them.
Yes, if I recall correctly, Japanese is significantly harder than PAL or NTSC-EU, which is North American. I can't remember exactly how it's harder. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with, like, the enemy stats and level. Oh dear. Okay, yep. That's a black cat. Chat, I apologize for what I must do to the kitty.
Oh.
That's so weird because the last time I ran this game in a marathon setting, I got a black cat too, and I never get black cats when I'm streaming this game. It's just the weirdest type of marathon luck. But that's funny because I never get black cats when I'm playing this game on my own. I only get them when I'm doing a marathon. Okay. What was I talking about? Right, region differences. So, okay, I didn't even get the weapon, so I just took out a kitty for nothing. The other big region difference is the reason why you take out the black cat in the North American version, and why it's pretty much a requirement if you get a black cat spawn, but only in the North American version. Because there is a weapon called St. Daniel's Cross that's only in the Japanese and the PAL versions of the game. It is more powerful than the Cat's Eye weapon that the Black Cat drops. But it's, for some reason, they took it out of the North American version. And that's the reason why, if you get into a fight with the Black Cat enemy in the North American version, you gotta take out the Black Cat. Because the item that it drops is powerful enough that it's worth it. But I didn't even get it there, so... Oh. So this is an example of what happens in a speedrun when you're busy explaining something and you sort of, what would you call it? Just not pay attention to where you're going and your muscle memory puts you in the wrong direction? I wasn't supposed to go here yet. Because I need to go back to where I got the crossbow, or the bow gun, in order to open a locked door that you only really could see if you're paying attention to the far wall, because it sort of blends into the background a bit. Oh, not this guy again. Every time. Every time. Also, that particular enemy can be annoying because for some reason he's very hard to run away from. Which is rather rude. Okay, now I gotta pick up these pixels. Make sure you pick up the pixels. You can barely see them from the map screen, but there we go. Now I gotta go pick up these pile of pixels. And it won't actually let you leave the room unless you look at this plaque. I don't know why, because there are 2 plaques for the puzzle coming up, but you only have to look at one of them in order to solve the puzzle. For some reason, it forces you to look at one, but doesn't force you to look at the other one. And I just need to run all the way back to Elias, who's just having a nap against the wall. And then we can go onwards into the first area where you have at least a decent chance of getting into a fight against the Mars enemy. It's only happened to me once in the library, but fingers crossed. Okay, now let's see if I can actually do this. I have messed this up before. There we go, first try. You just have to know where to walk on there in order to unlock the door. Are you kidding me? What is this RNG?
I'm assuming that's bad.
No, this is the Mars enemy I was talking about. The one I've only ever gotten into a fight against once in this area. Oh. Just immediately. Okay, because this enemy drops an item called Scroll. Now, if you get anything other than an air scroll, if he drops it, and it's anything but an air scroll, it functionally lets you skip the worst boss in this entire game. Functionally lets you skip it, which is the best. But it doesn't always drop it. And sometimes when it does drop it, yeah, it didn't drop it that time, so. It only has about a 50% chance of dropping it, I think. Come on, Koudelka. Pick up the shard, lady. Thank you. We have another chance to get into a fight with him later on, though, which is nice. But I have gotten into, in a later area where you're more likely to get into a fight against that enemy, I have gotten into a fight 2 times in a row against that enemy, killed the enemy, gotten the scroll item, and both times it was an air scroll. Which I did the RNG for, like I calculated the RNG for that, and the RNG chance of that happening is so low, it caused me to lose about 10 minutes of my run. Because if you have to do the Apostle boss the normal way, it can take you a long time because of the gimmick of that fight. Now it's time to have another boss fight against the Chimera. Okay. Weakness is water, so we're just going to, as we will be doing for most of the fights from now on, just pelt it with its weakness with Koudelka and skip the other one's turns. James doesn't become useful until about halfway through Disc 3, almost Disc 4. And Edward just gets to be meat shield for the rest of the game. And that was Chimera. Usually it takes me 3 hits, this time it took me 2. That is a definite upside of actually grinding in the grind section. So the game doesn't tell you to do this, but you need to go into this corner to keep going. That corner specifically, not the other corners, that corner. That's an important corner. Because they can't go any further in the game unless you trigger that cutscene. Which of course we skip it because it's a speedrun. Though if you do ever play this game yourself, chat, I definitely do recommend it. Good luck getting a copy though. This is one of those games that I wish that they would just put on PSN. There we go. Actually letting me run away in a timely fashion for once. Good.
So, as a question about the game's RNG really quick.
Yes.
I know there's a large variance of time, and I'm guessing part of it's going to be being able to run away from certain fights or just doing more damage in certain fights. But what all, like, entails, like, what a really good run can be and, like, a really bad run?
What do you mean?
Like, I guess, what's, like, the bad... What would a good example of bad RNG be that loses you time each time? Would it be, like, not being able to run away from fights?
Bad RNG would be taking too long to run from fights. For instance, when I was in the fight against that pistol enemy from earlier, it took me like 10 tries to actually run from the fight. Generally, running from fights should only take you 3 to 4 times tops. Bad RNG in this game is mostly involving what the stats on the weapons you get are. What stats on the weapons and the few armors you get. Come on, there we go. The big bad RNG moments would be how you handle the Apostle boss in the late game, and whether or not Koudelka gets silenced in specific fights. But for the most part, the two big RNG moments of the game are Apostle, or... Well, to be fair, it's mostly Apostle. There's a lot of variance in this game, but the biggest wisdom tooth of Koudelka is the boss called Apostle. Hopefully... He's such a headache that it's the second time where you sometimes will actually grind in the game, is specifically right before that boss room, because you have a chance of getting into a fight with the Mars enemy, which can get you a scroll item, which can make you skip the boss fight. But the downside is, the more you play this game, the more you'll actually get those scroll items, and the more consistently you'll get those scroll items, and it'll get to the point where you can't get a good time unless you get the scroll item to skip that boss. Because the difference in time is 60 seconds or 10 to 15 minutes. On the two opposite ends of the spectrum, the best RNG for that boss fight and the worst RNG for that boss fight. If I had to guess, if I have to do the fight legitimately without a scroll item, it'll probably take me about 7. Which is very long for a Koudelka boss. But I will complain more about that particular boss when we get closer to it, because it is a wisdom tooth of a boss fight. But other than that, the RNG in this game is less... Is it good or bad? It's how are you going to have to adapt to the RNG you could get? Because you can get a run that has good RNG on the weapons, but bad RNG on the accessories. You could have a run where you get chainmail, or a run where you don't get chainmail, and if you don't get chainmail, you have to put level up points into Vitality on Koudelka. Because this cutscene I'm skipping, and this fight that I'm going into, if you listen, that's not boss fight music. Even though this is obviously a boss monster, so we're gonna run away. This monster is called Gargoyle, and he's actually the game's super boss. We don't touch him during the 90%. Also, I'm about to switch discs. There we go. Now we are on disc 3. So we are more than halfway through the game already. Well, actually, we're straight up halfway through the game. Okay. So if you've been paying attention to the end fight screens, so like the experience screens that I've been seeing, and I'm going to do a safety save right here because this part is dangerous. You'll notice that I was getting things called Icon's Crown, Icon's Necklace, Icon's Earrings, etc. Actually, I'll do it there just in case. Oh, nope, apparently I can't. Okay. There we go. So, I'm alone right now. Or Koudelka is alone, I should say. There we go. Which means I don't have my brick wall called Edward to protect Koudelka, who is very, very squishy. So this part of the game can get very, very dicey, especially because you have to do a boss fight alone as Koudelka. Which, thankfully, there is a temporary save right before that boss, but I have lost a not insignificant number of runs to that boss. Not that it is a hard boss, it's just if you don't pay attention to your HP during that fight, he can very easily take you down when you're not paying attention. Because you sort of get used to having 6,000 HP's worth of Edward in front of Koudelka. I've actually lost a run to this random fight before, by the way. There we go. Really should have healed Koudelka before the fight, but it's fine. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna be safe about this. We'll set the poor puppy on fire. It is slower. It's almost always, not always, but almost always slower to take out a random fight than just run from it. But just for safety there, I did it. So the entire point of this area is to shut off that waterfall. And we shut off that waterfall by putting the items that we got from the various bosses in the game onto a bunch of statues. Get one? No, I didn't. Okay. Now, one thing to remember, don't go to the waterfall immediately. Pick up this random bunch of pixels, because if you don't pick up this random bunch of pixels, you can't finish the game. I'm not kidding.
Oh.
You can't finish the game if you don't pick up that random bunch of pixels. Not having that random bunch of pixels... Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have good stats. Not having that random bunch of pixels is what causes you to get the non-standard game over at the end of the game. If you don't have that in your inventory, the game over happens. Alright, don't worry about this whole scene, they're just having a nap. Just nap. Nap next to a guillotine.
As one does.
As you do in a horror game. Take naps. Have bonbons. It was an apple pie.
By the guillotine.
Yeah, by the guillotine. By your friendly neighborhood guillotine. I do have to say, this is the prequel to Shadow Hearts, which, by the way, this area, Nementon Monastery, does actually appear in Shadow Hearts. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Because that's what I normally do during a fight, or during a... There we go. So I'm going to do another temporary save here. This is stuff that I would never do if I was actually running this game. I never save. But just in case, because the next room is the room with that boss fight that you have to do alone as Koudelka. Oh. Okay, we're good. Hopefully this fight goes well. Because after this fight, there's only really one other fight where you have to worry about an actual game over in the game. Okay. So bad RNG is a punch, which he's punching me. Bad RNG is a punch. Good RNG is casting magic. So we gotta hope for this guy to cast at me instead of attack me. Wow, I am actually doing a lot of damage right now. I'm gonna actually be able to three-shot this guy. Usually it takes me about 5 to 6 hits to take him out. This time it's only gonna take me 3, which is very good. See, that's good RNG. It's always good RNG for this guy to cast magic because it does less damage. Because Koudelka is strong against magic, she's just weak against everything else. Oop. Alright, and then that's this fight. There we go. I got a shotgun. We're never gonna use that. Because weirdly enough, the crossbow and the bowgun are more powerful than any of the firearms you get in the game.
The crossbow, doesn't it need, like, I think you need arrows for ammo instead of, like, a general, like, I think all the weapons in the game have unique ammo, right?
Yes and no.
Some of them ranged weapons.
Some of them do share ammo, because if I remember correctly, there are multiple types of pistol.
Right.
And the 2 types of bowgun share ammo. But, yeah, they do. You'll have, like, shotgun shells, rifle rounds, pistol shells. So this grave right here that you're praying in front of is where you would pick up the Daniel's Cross item. It's behind the grave if you were playing on the Japanese version or the PAL version. But we are playing the American version, so we don't get that. Sad days for us. I don't know how much it affects the actual time. Like which version of the game is fastest because of that. My assumption is the Japanese is probably slowest just because it's the harder one. But if I had to guess, PAL's probably the fastest. Alright, we got our buddies back. Now I don't have to worry about Koudelka being all alone. Which is great. So I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean quite a bit. Because this later half of the game has a touch of backtracking in order to get to different areas, but there are 2 items that I've picked up as I have gone along. One of them was Vignesdal, and the other one was Valnesdal. One of them was around that area where I got into the fight against the Black Cat, and the other one I just picked up at Daniel's grave. So those 2 items are required to get through a specific door that we have been past before, but I didn't point it out because it wasn't important. But now we can get past that door, so we're going to have to backtrack all the way to it. Thankfully, I've opened the way there, but there's Elias just having a nap. So I see a lot of people in the chat comparing this game to Shadow Hearts. I own all of them, all of the Shadow Hearts games and the Koudelka game. Of all of them, Koudelka is definitely the darkest. By far, it is the closest, it is the more horror of a horror game. Shadow Hearts is also horror, I would say. It has a lot of horror moments in it. But as the series goes on, it gets less and less horror and more RPG. Still a lot more horror adjacent than other RPGs, obviously, but this one's definitely got some spoops in it. If you're watching the cutscenes, there's less spoops if you're not. The reason that I wish this game was on PSN so much is hardly anybody has played this game, and even those who do know of it don't have a copy of it, because this game is one of those poor early PS1 era, PS2 era horror games that costs almost a month's rent, or at least half a month's rent, which
it's definitely been going up.
Yeah, what's the price of it going now? It's about 500. Is it still about 500 bucks?
Last I remember was near 300.
Mm-hmm. Is it for a complete copy or just
gone up? Complete.
With manual?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me check.
Because I remember your copy doesn't have a manual.
Let me double check my. I never actually checked.
Okay, I'm about to have a boss fight against Charlotte. So you can't actually skip this fight, or at least the second part of this fight. But because we gotta go fast, because we're speedrunning, we're not actually doing the actual thing you have to do in order to skip the second half of the fight. So we have to do all of the fight, which is fine. But
also, yes, no manual.
Okay. I completely forgot to re-equip Jones.
Oh no! And now the furniture is gonna get you.
No, it'll be fine. It'll just mean that the fight's gonna take a little bit longer than I wanted. Because James may be underpowered right now, but Koudelka hits like a truck. But how much did you say it costs?
I think probably around 300. I don't remember exactly what I paid for mine, but I don't have the manual.
Yeah. That's the funny story about my copy specifically, is the fact that mine was free.
Didn't you get Kuon for like cheap?
Relatively cheap. It still cost me almost 600.
Oh, okay, okay.
Kuon cost me 575. Yeah, it was 575. But I'm kind of okay with having paid that much for Kuon, mostly because I've gotten so much out of that game, but also because of the other rare PS1, PS2 horror games that I have, I got for very cheap and or free, so I'll kind of take it. Yeah, it's definitely a bunch of games that I wish were on PSN. You got Koudelka, Kuon, Rule of Rose, Haunting Ground, etc.
Haunting Ground is
it?
On Japanese PSN.
Oh! For speedrunning purposes, sure, but if you want to play the game for the first time, you don't speak Japanese.
English voice acting's in the game, but you will have trouble reading.
Yeah. Which kind of makes it hard if you're playing the game for the first time. I mean, I can speak Japanese, but most people can't. There we go. That was the first part of Charlotte, at least. And now the fight against actual Charlotte. Who is not, well, who is technically that little ghost girl you saw for half a second there before I skipped the cutscene, but she turned into this, so a little bit less cute. But no, this fight is entirely just spam Geyser and skip Edward's turn. So there's not much about this fight. Just keep an eye on people's HPs, spam, throw water at the enemy, and skip Edward. Because it's always skip Edward. Okay, this fight's gonna be pretty short, but mostly because Koudelka's a little bit more overpowered than I'm used to. Yeah, because I didn't equip James properly, he only did 56 damage. For reference, Koudelka did over 2,000. But if you go get an optional item at a certain point in the game, you can skip this particular fight that I'm doing right now. But it's out of the way, so you don't do it. Which is a little sad, because instead of helping the little girl's soul rest in peace, she instead turns into a demon and you have to take her out. And that should be enough to take out Charlotte. There she goes. Okay. So at this point, I'm switching Koudelka from leveling up her agility. I'm not going to level up anymore, at least not until later. Because once you reach 40 agility, it's not really useful to level it up, except for one very specific moment later where you might have to, but you might not, depending on what your stats are. Now let's actually do the thing I was supposed to do before the fight. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. And not just cause we'll throw these on Edward just so he can help survive the fight later. Even though it's really not required. But you might as well use it.
Exactly.
It's usual where I don't ever equip Edward with anything past the early game. This is the room where I got into the fight with the Black Cat when I was playing this at the last marathon I played it at. Which means it could happen again. It's unlikely, but with the luck I've been getting this run so far. Alright. Every time it says something's not right at the bottom of the screen, you know you're in a boss fight room. So if you're ever playing this game yourself, that's how you know you need to make sure you've properly made sure you're healed up. So this is Jezebel. Jezebel is easy, we're just gonna set them on fire. That's how you deal with a lot of your problems in Koudelka, just set it on fire. But the slight change is that James is actually kind of useful now. Not nearly as useful as Koudelka is, but more useful than not. But the downside is this guy has a lot of HP. He has 9,000, so it's going to take me a fair few rounds to actually take him out. So if you got any questions about the game, now's the time to ask them.
No, most of it's been rather straightforward.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. Most of the level up mechanics have been, I think, pretty much the same for most of the run, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, the level up mechanic is pretty set in what you do in the early game, but there's a specific-ish moment where you just sort of go, here's a guideline. Beyond that, have at. The guideline is you want to equally level up the... Oh, don't attack. You want to equally level up James and Koudelka's intelligence stat and agility stat until agility reaches 40, and then you level up intelligence and the mind stat in order to boost damage and boost crit chance. The mind stat is a very weird stat in Koudelka. It helps boost damage, but also boosts... It's not entirely sure what it does, we just know that it helps. The game manual says it increases hit chance, but that's not really a thing in Koudelka. Because attacks don't really miss in this game. If something's marked as missing, it's not that the attack missed, it's that you cast it against something that it's immune to. So if something's immune to magic, it won't just say 0 damage, it'll say it missed, which is a little confusing sometimes. I completely was not paying attention to how much damage I did. One thing that's a downside on the weapon that I have on James specifically is called the Evil Horn. Some of the weapons in this game have a reach, so they hit a square beyond what's next to them. That can be a little annoying with where James is currently situated, though. Because I have fat-fingered it before and accidentally attacked instead of casting spells. Which is less than ideal. Actually, yeah. Okay. So now that's fight's done, we go back the way we came and trigger a cutscene. Which we immediately skip. So some of the story of this game. All of our characters are in the monastery area, monastery church mansion thing for their different reasons. Koudelka was led here by a voice that kept screaming in her head and kept giving her headaches, so she's like, okay, I'll do what you want. James is here because he was sent by the Vatican to pick up something called the Emigre document that was stolen from the Vatican. And Edward is here because he likes adventure. Edward is a simple man. he just wants adventure. Koudelka, thank you. There we go. So the cutscene that I just skipped there, we find out that not only is James here for this emigre document, but the former owners of the, well, I guess technically current, but former owners of the monastery, well, it was a husband and wife trio. The wife sadly perished, and the husband was like, I know what I'm going to do with this paper that I stole from the Vatican. I'm going to resurrect her, because that always goes well in horror games. Spoiler alert, it does not go well. And now all of our characters have to deal with the aftermath with it and get rid of all the demons that are now infesting the manor. There we go. So, one thing I'm going to sort of, it's not really sequence breaking, it's just if you know you can do it, you can do it early. But I'm gonna have to do a really big backtrack in a second here. Because in this room coming up, there is a bottle. We're gonna grab the bottle and then we're gonna backtrack to all the way to just before the Charlotte boss. So it is the longest backtrack in the game. Thankfully, we only have to do it once. But it's fastest to do it now, so you do it now. Downside is that it's a very long backtrack.
Well, actually, I think a question we never ended up talking about, or I never ended up asking. For the enemy spawns, how exactly does that work? 'Cause I know some RPGs do like step count, some are just like length of time.
You know, I don't know. It's not step count. I don't think it's step count. Just from the feel of the game and having played it as much as I have, I don't think it's step count. But it's because this game has such a small community, it can kind of get a little squirrely trying to figure out like what is actually in the game, like what it actually is and isn't. But if I had to guess, it's probably based on a timer. Partially because there was an item that I picked up earlier that I forgot to mention called the mask, and the mask halves your encounter rate. But the encounter rate is also affected, I'm pretty sure this has been confirmed, is also affected by your luck stat, which can be different depending on what equipment you get during the game. And sometimes you can go whole minutes, like 10 minutes without a single random fight, and then you'll do another run of the game and you'll be getting a fight every room. Thankfully, at this point in the game, you can see that I got from point A to point B with, I think I only got into one fight, one or two, which is pretty good RNG. But as for whether or not it's definitively based off a count or based off a step, I have no idea. Okay, so we're gonna crawl into a fireplace, because that's just what you do.
Also, I do see in chat, someone does mention that it is step count.
Is it step count? Okay. Yeah, step count does seem to be the more common one. It just never feels like step count to me, because if it is, then the step count range must be massive. Because again, sometimes I'll go through a room and I will get into a bunch of fights, but some other runs I'll go through a room and get into no fights. So, remember how I was complaining about a specific boss called Apostle? Yeah, we're about to do that fight. So this is going to be the second time in the game that I do actually spend a minute or two trying to grind, specifically to get the Mars enemy again. Because sadly, we didn't get the item earlier. If I can get it now, we can skip the fight. But my estimate does include time for doing the fight normally. So even if I have to do the fight normally, it is what it is. At least I am a little bit more overpowered, so it should make the fight a little bit less of a pain in the butt. But one downside of having the mask item, which has my encounter rate, is the one time where I wanted to not do that. Okay. This is the best room in the game to get that scroll, that item that lets me skip the boss fight. But it's only about a 50% chance, if I remember correctly. Because it's like every other fight, or 2 of the 4 fights you can get into in this room, give you a chance for the drop. And then you have to have you have to actually get the drop. And then you have to get the right kind of drop. Because the scroll item, which is a massive spell item, can be one of 4 elements: fire, earth, wind, or fire, earth, wind, water. Now, if it's air, then it's useless. If it's anything else, we can skip the boss. Because not only is this boss a pain in the butt, he is immune to earth, or air magic. Oh, come on, game. Don't be like this. I'm getting payback for having good RNG earlier.
It's the roll of the dice.
Also, what happened last time I played this at a marathon? Come on, game. But no, it may seem like wasting time, but it's definitely worth it. Because if I was to say there was one thing in speedrunning this game that makes it really annoying to speedrun, it's this fight. It's this boss fight. I don't really have trouble with any of the other parts, and I still find them fun, but this boss is just not fun. Oh, come on, game! Work with me here! But no, when you asked earlier about RNG in this game, this is what I meant by Apostle RNG.
Gotcha.
Try it one more time. If I don't get it, then we will do the fight normally. Sigh. Come on, game. This is the one time I want you to actually give me a random fight. I want you to give me the right kind of random fight. Come on, game. Even my chinchilla's running around on their wheel to try and get you to actually give me a fight. Just run around in circles. Wow, I've never gone this long without getting into a fight before.
Marathon luck, huh?
Yeah! It's payback for getting good luck earlier. As is normal, it's not infrequent where I'll get really, really good luck up until this specific room. Okay, game, work with me, please. Patched. Yeah, you know what? Fine. Okay, fine, we'll do it. We'll do it normally. It's taking too long. Okay, so this is Apostle. If you are a runner of this game, or you know this game, you know why this is the worst part of the game. This fight specifically. Now, I'll use Flare. Now, I'm going to focus a little bit here because Apostle has two states. A you can damage me state, and a you can't damage me state. Now, you can tell which state that Apostle is in based off of this animation that it's doing. This is a don't touch me or I will heal all damage. Which he just did because James didn't cast quickly enough. Okay, fine. So, okay, he's actually casting. But the problem is, the enemy's casting animation is, it overwrites the I am immune to damage animation. So there are times in this fight where you can't actually tell whether or not you can do damage. So you kind of have to wait until the game allows you to attack the enemy. Which is why this fight can take ages sometimes. Okay. Now he stopped squirming, but I skipped James' turn there anyway because he may have stopped squirming, but he wasn't completely still. You have to wait for the boss to be completely still. Because if he's not completely still, you will heal him on accident. So I just have to keep skipping everybody's turn. Until... See, and I still can't attack him because I don't know if he's still healing all damage or not. So I have to wait for him to finish his attack and then cross my fingers that I can actually hit. Which I can. And just because of stat spread, I'm just going to attack with Koudelka. Mostly for safety reasons, because theoretically I could attack with James as well, but I don't trust the game. I don't trust it. Yeah, that's what I thought. And the reason I put James, or the reason why I put Edward where he was and why I cast a Reflect on him is essentially to make the boss not able to do any damage to anyone. Because he'll only use that one attack and he'll only use it against Edward. So essentially the entire fight is a big waiting game. You have to wait to get an opening and skip everybody's turn when you don't have that opening. The one upside is that I do have decent stats on my weapon, so there's that at least.
If I remember right about this fight, isn't this like one of the hardest fights in the game if you don't know what you're doing?
Yeah. If you know what you're doing, it's the most annoying, by far.
Yeah, I just remember the wings being like a symbol of like, okay, attack now, don't attack now.
Yeah.
And I kept healing him on accident.
Yeah, and then there's the fact that even if you get a scroll item from the Mars enemy, if it's an air scroll, you can't use it because he's immune to air attacks. Like, at least give me something, game. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I took a risk, and it was... Okay, no, it was an okay call. Okay. Because for frame of reference, he has about 8,000 HP, and I've done about 4,000 damage, a little bit less than 4,000 damage. So he's about halfway through. It can be a little dicey sometimes when you... you know what? It can be a little dicey sometimes when you attack him, and if he starts casting before your spell goes off, you can get into a situation where you accidentally heal him. Because even though he wasn't absorbing damage when you attacked him, he started absorbing damage before your spell goes off. Okay, so that's about 5,000. So theoretically about 3 more hits. As long as I don't accidentally heal him. But now one thing that makes this fight even more annoying is how late in the game it is. And when he's casting, you don't know if he's absorbing damage or if he's not absorbing damage. I need to put Reflect back on Edward because I've been in this fight so long that that's worn off of him. Yes, this fight is definitely where runs go to die. I've lost many runs that were on very, very good pace to this fight. But I feel like most speedruns have that one moment in the speedrun that's just the worst. Oh, and you mentioned earlier about the leveling up of spells. It's usually when I have to actually do the apostle fight legitimately. Koudelka's magic level just went up, so I've leveled up Flare. Usually I go through an entire run without leveling up Flare. But Flare's leveled up just because of this fight.
You gotta love the bad RNG sometimes.
Yeah! You gotta love it, but it'd be great if it didn't.
Hey, it's a good showing that not all runs always go according to plan.
Exactly, and Koudelka runs are just... They're just great at not going according to plan. But, I think I've got like 1 or 2 more hits left. Though, interestingly enough, I find this RNG, the RNG for this game specifically, to be less annoying than, say, the Kuon phase in Kuon. Because sure, this is RNG, but you can still get through it and get a good time. But the other runs I found have RNG that is just, it's a coin toss whether or not you finish the run in 5 minutes or 15. So I can forgive Apostle for being in Wisdom Tooth in one of my favorite speedruns. Because the rest of the game's so good and so much fun to play. But to give you sort of a tally, I have lost, at this point, about 7 minutes on this fight alone. So far. on, game. Okay. I think this is the one. Fingers crossed. Because I lost track of how much HP he has. Hey! Okay. And he's done. This fight is the only reason why my estimate is 215. Also, you get a bajillion HP, or a bajillion level ups from this fight. 4 level ups for James alone.
I just like how I think it's Edward. He has like 80 vitality now.
Yep. I need that brick wall. I need that brick wall, Ek. Also, I got a crossbow, so we're gonna swap out the bowgun for the crossbow. Okay, come on, Koudelka. Alright, we're almost at a disc swap, or at least we will be in a second here. I just can't remember if it's now or if it's in a minute. Yep, it's now. Okay. Good thing I was ready for it. Alright, so what you missed in that cutscene is they can't get through that door. It's locked shut. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Well, good thing that we have a priest, who for some reason knows how to make dynamite. They never explain why James knows how to do this, but James knows how to make nitroglycerin. So that is where that bottle full of acid that I got earlier comes into play. Because he's going to use that bottle of acid to make nitroglycerin. Sadly, we have to skip the cutscene coming up here, but ooh, even if you have to go to YouTube to watch it, it's the best cutscene because our two of our main characters, Koudelka and James, get they just have a lot of fun times with some choice spicy water, and it goes on for about 7 minutes. But if you look up any cutscene in this game, that's the best one. So now that our resident priest party member has made a bomb, we're going to go set off that bomb inside an old rickety monastery that is definitely structurally sound. Because that's safe. All right, so the bomb gets placed down. Edward shoots it with a gun. It goes off, and suddenly there is a giant hole in the wall. And now we're going into the final-ish area of the game. Very close to the point of no return. We just have to do one little thing in this area first. Which is currently, I think this is the actual monastery, like the main monastery part of the monastery. And it's currently covered in this big giant plant. Because part of what the owner, Patrick, did to try and bring back his wife was turned her into a giant plant monster. This game has weird lore.
It tracks.
It tracks. It has weird lore. He turned his wife turned her body into a plant monster, and the final fight is against the plant monster, sort of. Plant monster adjacent. Okay. So now now that I have played the secret organ spell on the secret organ, we can actually go to the final area of the game, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boss fights in a row, technically. And funnily enough, just because of the strats that you use against the fights, it's the first two that aren't really bosses, they're more like mini bosses, that are actually more dangerous to the run than the actual final boss. So just for safety, I'm gonna save here. Okay. That's not what I told you to do. There we go. Okay. So I picked up a random discarded arm earlier, just before the Elias fights, and that random discarded arm, that's another bunch of pixels that is very easily missed, is what you need to throw into that cauldron to start the final part of the game. Game doesn't really tell you that. Come on, Koudelka. There's stairs. You know how to use them. Okay. So now's the fight against the root enemies. There's 2 fights, one here and one a little bit further down. These guys hit really, really hard, so I have to watch Edward's HP to make sure that they don't take him out, because they can very easily do so. Even though he has 6,000 HP. Thankfully though, Koudelka hits like a truck. Okay, that wasn't enough. So these are big roots of that plant that I was talking about that is going to birth the demon body of the caretaker's wife. But since they're plants, they just set them on fire. That's what they're weak to. You just spam fire until win. Okay, so here's the upside of the fact that I have level 2 flare. Because all 3 of them are lined up in a row, and I have level 2 flare, yeah, they all get hit. That's the upside of having level 2 of a spell, is it hits all adjacent enemies. But it's only ever really seen during the speedrun during the root fights, because you never use it before that. And there's not really any chance to get access to it before that. Hello, Mr. Root Friend. Please leave me alone. I can't hit the guy behind. So sometimes you can't, if you have an enemy directly in front of you, you can't actually hit the person behind them with a projectile weapon, which can be a little annoying, but it's fine. Ah, there we go. Cool, so that's the first fight done, at least. Now I gotta do that again, except against a harder enemy. This is the second time in the game where you want to make sure that Koudelka has a high enough agility. You want to make sure she has 66 specifically 66 agility before the final fight. Just so you can make sure that everybody's turns land where you want them to. Koudelka, stairs, please. Koudelka. Koudelka! Please! Thank you! Now that's what I meant by sometimes she just doesn't go up the stair prompt. Okay, so here's fight number 2. Second verse, same as the first, sort of. It's only 2 enemies, but the one with the lovely little zombie body of Patrick in it can't actually be hit until the other one is destroyed. And he has twice the HP of the other one, which is slightly annoying, but thankfully I'm overpowered at this point, so it should be decently easy unless I get unlucky with them taking out Edward. So, fun fact, I didn't actually know that the Patrick brute boss was immune to damage until it was like my 10th or 12th speedrun of this game, and somebody mentioned it in my chat. Because it's not mentioned in the guide. There we go. Enough. All right, so now we can actually hit the other one. Downside is he has over 9,000 HP. And he hits like a truck. A little risky. I probably should have healed Edward there, but it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit. Oh, he has 200 HP! Completely lost track of how much HP he has left. Oops. Okay, he's almost dead. As soon as the root enemies move away from you, you know they're 1, maybe 2 hits from dead. And there he goes. So that's boss fight 2 of 5. Though really 2 of 4 because the last fight's not really a boss fight, if we're being perfectly honest. The last boss fight is cross your fingers that you get KO'd as soon as possible. Okay. So remember how I mentioned that there's a non-standard game over that you can get that has my favorite cutscene in the game?
Right.
It happens in the, like, next area that I go into. So stress this again. That pendant that I picked up earlier, you absolutely have to pick that up or you cannot finish the game. I don't think there is a point... I don't think you can do a permanent save in this area. There might be one hidden permanent save point here. Can't remember. But it is fairly difficult to accidentally make it so you can't finish the game altogether. And I have heard, I don't know if it's been confirmed, but I have heard you can pick up the pendant from a random fight in this area. But this specific room here, with a pretty giant flower in it, is your one warning that if you don't have the pendant, you can't finish it. So just because we're about to go into the final fight, I'm gonna save here just for safety. But now, if you've ever seen Indiana Jones, and I can't remember which Indiana Jones, but the one with the Ark of Covenant, the one that makes the guys' faces melt.
Yeah, the original one.
Yeah, that's what happens during the cutscene that gives you the game over.
Oh.
That's literally what happens to all of your party.
Well, it is an ending.
Yeah. It's a ending because technically you get an FMV. Okay, this is Elaine. Also, welcome to my favorite music. It's just, it's so good. It's so good. So this fight is going to be different. Oh. I'm gonna not really attack to start off with. I'm gonna start off with casting Reflect on specifically Koudelka and James, and Edward just gets left to fend for himself as per usual. Because Elaine's defense stats are so high and her attack stats are so high that it's actually better to make her damage herself through Reflect than actually casting against her. As you see, I just did 2.5k of damage just from reflecting the damage off of Koudelka. And then I just keep waiting until the boss starts to attack. And when the boss starts casting, that's when I attack with Koudelka. Come on, game. Come on, Elaine. Are they? Yeah, they are. Okay. There we go. All right. And this version is resistant to water and earth, so we're going to use Flare. Because you have to do this fight twice, and the only thing that changes between fights is in this fight, she's immune to physical damage, so Edward is useless. And she absorbs water and earth. Or doesn't get damaged by them, I can't remember which. And that should, oh no, that didn't, okay. It's gonna take one more hit to kill her, probably. Because when she starts dancing like that, that means that she's near dead. Okay, game. You're gonna be like that, huh? There we go. There goes Elaine number one. Now we just have to do that again. And then the game is functionally over. There's technically one more boss, but since we are doing any percent, we are getting the quote-unquote bad ending, which means we lose to the final boss. So the difference between the endings is whether or not you defeat or lose to the final fight. And the final fight does like 3,000 damage every hit, so it's actually really hard to succeed that fight. Okay, second verse, same as the first. We just cast Reflect on James and Koudelka. Though the slight difference in this fight is that Edward can actually attack. Because the boss is no longer immune to physical damage. Oh, James is dead! Uh-oh! I forgot to heal between fights.
It'll be fine.
That's fine. This is why I did a safety save. Thankfully, we have to wait until Elaine starts casting to cast ourselves, just to mess with the order of when spells go off. So it's fine. Okay, remember how I mentioned earlier sometimes getting level 2 flare can mess you up later?
Right.
Yeah, that just happened.
Oh.
That's fine. Because I have run out of MP because I was not keeping track of my MP costs. But it's okay because most of the damage in this fight comes from Reflect anyway, so it really doesn't matter. It just means the round, it's gonna take like another round or so. And at least we have James who can do a little bit of damage. Not as much comparatively.
Try his best.
Yeah, not as much comparatively, but it's something. Koudelka is the speedrun of making sure that you have backups. Okay. Should almost be done. Because one thing that I do for these later fights is I try and track the HP in my head so I know how close they are. Because both phases of Elaine have about 12k HP. There we go. Okay, cool. Coming up is the last fight, even though on any percent it's not really a fight because we're just waiting for the enemy to take us out. Time will be when the last party member goes down. Which is kind of sad because I love this music as well, but you hardly hear it in speedrun.
It is kind of neat that instead of a traditional RPG style where you're winning the fight, beating the final boss, you have it just be, and then we died.
Yeah. Okay. Best RNG is her casting a spell that hits everybody at once. Yes! And time.
Perfect timing.
I hardly ever get that RNG. Usually it takes like 3 or 4 rounds before it ends. If you get lucky. If you get lucky. So that's Koudelka.
Are you punishing me now because the path to my faith was tainted?
Yeah, I managed to get underestimate. Even though we had
That's
the terrible,
always an important thing.
even with the terrible apostle RNG, still underestimate.
If anyone is to go
So,
into captivity,
yeah, thank you for inviting me. I do love this game.
It's a classic game. And as well, if you have any shout outs you'd like to give to anyone?
Well, I've seen people mention them in the chat, and I always shout them out, but they're around here somewhere. If you guys have seen bunnies in my camera, they are Garrus and Tally. They have their own dedicated webcam on my Twitch stream, so if you want to see more of the bunnies or my chinchillas, you should give me a follow. And
where can they find you?
At twitch.tv/Miss Scarlet Tanager. That is Scarlet with 1 T and Tanager with 1 T. I would also like to give a shout out to, oh god, what's her Instagram? Regina Marie on Instagram, who was my friend in high school. She's a cosplayer, who was the one who technically is the owner of this game, because I borrowed it from her when I was in high school well over a decade ago, completely forgot about it in my closet, and that's the reason why I have a $500 video game now.
It all works out.
I accidentally stole it.
Maybe one day she'll get it back.
No. I've had it far longer than she ever had it. It's mine now. She can't have it back.
That's how it goes then.
So that's it. And I wish more people could get a chance to play this game, but at least you guys can see it in all of its great PS1 glory. And
yeah, we can watch the little ending cutscene here. But I just want to say as well that we will be going to a break after this. We do have one final run of the night. Definitely stick around for that.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for having me.
Each other again.
Yeah.
Hey, your nickname, Slato? What does it mean? I haven't even asked you yet. Will you tell me?
It means treasure.
Oh, that's rich. I'll remember that. Treasure.
Oh, and this is the ending that goes into Shadow Hearts, by the way. The bad ending.
Is it okay, child, for you not to follow him?
Yeah, it's okay. I have a feeling that someday, somewhere, we'll meet again.
All right. So, thank you again, Miss Scarlet Tanager, for the Koudelka run. We are going to go and cut over to a quick break. This is the time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, and do what you need to do. As well, if you have any ideas for your own show or one-off events, feel free to go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to submit your ideas. We'll be right back. And Miss Scarlet Tanager did a great job of Koudelka. So, on to our final run of the night. We're going to be going with probably one of my favorite games as of lately, and an absolutely horror classic. I think most people are a fan of this game. I don't really know anyone who doesn't like this game, but we're going to be wrapping on the night with Silent Hill 3 by Catlink. Take it away.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Hello. My name is Catlink, and I speedrun a ton of different horror games, but tonight we're going to be doing Silent Hill 3. Ictisis is going to be helping me with commentary as well, which should be a lot of fun. So right now we're going to be doing no quick save, no quick load. Basically what that means is it's like a glitchless category, if you will. There's been a lot of recent findings with this game, as Ictisis you know very well.
Oh yeah.
The out of bounds in this game is absolutely wild, but I prefer the more vanilla experience, I guess you could call it. But with that being said, let's just jump into the run. We're going to be doing easy, and on 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
So immediately we're going to be, just dropped into a nightmare. And our fastest way to get out of the nightmare is to die. But unfortunately, because we're on easy, we have to find an enemy to kill us. And the closest enemy that gives the most amount of damage is this closer up here. He's completely RNG. His attack pattern is either left or right. We want the left, but sometimes he just continuously gives us the right hand punch, but that's fine. As long as he does enough damage here. Might take a minute. Come in. Punch me!
It should also be noted that if you notice on the first one on the left-hand punch, Cat's standing in a very particular way to get stabbed by the needle on the hand. That's going to do a lot more damage than just getting hit by the ball of it.
Yeah. There is a pretty fast strat to getting a very quick kill on that, but unfortunately, RNG be damned. That is the biggest RNG point in the game. It could take like 40 minutes to start a run if you're going for really good times. Super unlucky. But it's not too bad because it is the first 10 seconds of the run, so. All right, so we're going to be going into the mall, be introduced to some of the enemies, but we're just going to skip that, get our gun, and get on out of here. So with the recent findings, which are like in the past year or so, the out of bounds involves a lot of like alt tabbing, and one of them would be in the mall technically, but we're just gonna completely avoid doing that because the out of bounds is quite crash heavy.
Yeah, I know. I tried doing it on my own personal stream at one point, and within like maybe 5 minutes, I had like 2,000 drop frames, and I kept worrying my computer was gonna break because you're essentially holding Alt Enter the whole time.
Yeah, it's quite killer when it does happen. It's basically like a really long hang. And kind of why I don't really like running that category too much. It's not my... You're already stressing about, RNG, let alone...
Exactly.
Out of bounds RNG. Excuse me. Pardon me. All right, so we're going to be coming to our first puzzle. This puzzle is quite easy. Since a lot of the books are already on the shelf, it doesn't really... it basically gives you the answer, so it's 8125. Oh, we're just going to take that right there. 8125, I believe, yeah. There you go. And hello, Claudia. Goodbye, Claudia. We are going to be skipping a lot of the cutscenes. I do apologize. The cutscenes in this game are quite great, and I wish we could watch them, but it is a speedrun. Now we're being dived into the nightmare part of the mall, where everything just starts to get a little weird. Chad, I hope you like dogs.
We saw some earlier in RE2 make, and they have the classic dogs are free.
Yeah, that dog always likes to get in the way. Yeah, so these dogs, they're not really much of a threat. They mostly just do their own thing, and, sometimes they'll try and jump at you, but for the most part, they're just kind of there. The one thing that does suck with the dogs is that if they do get close to the door, it can affect auto-aim pretty heavily. So if you see me pointing towards a door and then looking at the enemy all of a sudden, it's probably mostly because of auto-aim, which sometimes happens at this door. Let's see if the dog is nice. Okay, we're good. Just grabbing a coat hanger. We need this coat hanger to get to a stair or a ladder because we need to bring it down. We gotta go get that first. Hello. Hello, closer number 1, closer number 2. Good day. All right.
And going back into the category really quick, this is going to be any percent no QS, no QL. In addition to some of the out-of-bounds stuff that Kat was mentioning already, there's some other things that are kind of like, hey, you can... the tricks in speedrunning where you spend more actual time to save in-game time? Because it's like load abusing and all that, so this category just bypasses that entirely.
Yeah. This category also doesn't allow the Borley Haunted Mansion skip, which we'll get to later. It was actually a really easy, like besides the out of bounds, it was probably one of the easiest time saves ever because it's just alt tab and hold the window. Here's a 2-minute time save, by the way. Just hold this window real quick. But we won't be doing that, which is fine. Not the end of the world, because you would still have to listen to the dialogue anyways.
As well, while we are early enough in the game, I know with many horror games, the question always gets asked, because a lot of these go between standard tank controls and directional or 2D controls. So what's the ideal movement for this game?
I believe I use 2D. It's mostly just tank controls. This game mostly has, in my opinion, has the best movement for any Silent Hill game for speedrunning. It just has very satisfying strafing and turning. It's very quick and snappy. Whereas I feel like Silent Hill 2 has like a lot of drifting and like very specific movement. And it's not as I don't know how to explain it really. I guess it's just I'm more comfortable using keyboard and mouse with this game. Whereas like any other Silent Hill game, I'm like, no, I'll use the controller.
Absolutely. I think it really is just that strafing, like looking right there, like other people that have like James, Harry, they have like stop and then they'll start strafing. Heather, she could just chain into it and it kind of makes for some neat movement.
Oh yeah, so whenever you're exiting out a door and you have to go left or right, as soon as you go out, if you start a strafe, she'll immediately just start strafing. And then you can turn a lot easier and a lot quicker. Makes it, dog. There's that auto aim. You'll probably see me do that a few times. All right, now for our first boss. Boss health in this game does have a bit of an RNG element to it. Where sometimes it will take an extra shot to kill an enemy, or sometimes it'll take less. It's really up in the air. So for Split Worm coming up, we want to one-face him, but if let's say the boss health RNG is not in our favor, then we have to wait for him to cycle again. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, there we go.
Good fight.
One cycle! Actually, very good. Yeah. Whenever he goes into another cycle, it sucks because you have to wait for the worm to go back into the hole and then go pop up somewhere else. And you're just like, okay, it's waiting to shoot you one more time. All right. Hello, Douglas. Goodbye, Douglas. All right. Now we're just making our way home. Heather's kind of tired of all this nonsense and just wants to go home and pass out. I don't blame her. I would want to do the same. All right. So for those who don't know, I guess like a fun fact, if you've never watched Jacob's Ladder, or if you have, you'd probably recognize this this train station. Blah, words. I can word. That's a thing. But yeah, this train station is actually very familiar to the movie Jacob's Ladder. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend watching it. The original, of course. The remake was not the best, but I do recommend the original. Has a lot of inspiration. The games, or Silent Hill has a lot of inspiration from that movie, which is pretty cool. All right, so we got the Nutcracker, or I guess the Nutcracker? I don't know. We're gonna go open this gate real quick. And so we can go home, because for some reason, there just so happens to be a Nutcracker nearby that will open that. Don't know how that works, but here we are.
I'm guessing they're referring to maybe the bolt as a nut.
I guess so.
Because whenever you think of Nutcracker, you probably think of like walnuts or something.
Yeah, I think of like Christmas walnuts and having a Nutcracker in the corner somewhere. I'm hoping this game doesn't crash on me. So this game can crash sometimes if it feels like it. Whenever you go through a door, there is a chance. Thankfully, I've ran this game quite a number of times, so it shouldn't come into any issues. But I'm crossing my fingers. It wouldn't be the first time. Last time I did Silent Hill 3 on GDQ, it unfortunately had that moment, and we had to switch from New Game to New Game Plus.
Yeah, I've heard of the rare marathon luck, because Silent Hill 3 is definitely a game that likes to test people, where I think Punchy had one point where he had easy, like, I think it was easy combat or something, or health values, but he can, like, fall off edges or something.
Oh,
or it was,
yeah.
like, easy riddle for some reason and normal combat, and it was really weird.
That does happen sometimes. I haven't had it happen in a really long time, but it has happened to me once. I can't remember how it happened. It just, out of nowhere, it's like all of a sudden you're able to fall off ledges and you're like, oh, okay, cool. For my game, when it crashed last time, I had to go from a save file, which is fine. All things considered, New Game Plus save file is not the worst thing to deal with. And I got to show off some other cool stuff, which was fine. Ooh. Rain. Forgot to almost pick that up. All right, fine. We're going through this long stretch of a train to get to the end here. We're gonna go home. Right, Ignatius? We're going home,
Exactly.
Right? Exactly what's gonna
have to go back
on
to the
in-
apartment.
Yeah, go see Dad. Because we had to go get him wine, but we didn't bring him wine. All right. New Game Plus on this game is actually pretty interesting, though. Specifically, this section here will start turning all red and gushy. Kind of very, very frightening when you're first playing it, or after a casual playthrough, and you're like, wait a second.
I think as well, it does additional damage to you, right?
Yeah, it does. The longer you stay in a room that's getting like all red and gushy and stuff like that, it does end up doing damage over time. It doesn't do like an insane amount of damage, but I believe on harder difficulties it can ramp up. Hello, don't hit me, please. Thank you.
We also have to appreciate the fact that I guess in order for Heather to get home, she has to go through the sewers.
Oh, hey, there's that wine. Yeah, because why not, I guess. There's no other way. How she knows to get her through, her way through the sewers, it's beyond me. All right, so there's going to be these two little air screechers, I like to call them. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Sometimes they can hit you there if they... Excuse me! Can I go through the door, please? Yeah, sometimes that will happen. Not all the time, but marathon lock be damned.
You gotta love it, right?
Yeah, you're just trying to squeeze by, but no. Not allowed. They can be a little annoying sometimes. Oh, am I looking the right way? Oh my goodness. I hate when the camera is looking a different way than you're used to, and you're like, wait a minute, am I going the right way? All right. We are good. So now we're going to go take the wine bottle that we just grabbed, and we're going to go fill it with essentially oil. Gas, oil. There we go. And we're going to go fill it, take this to a machine right over here. Conveniently over here. All right. Hey. There you go. Hello? Yeah, that hitbox for that button can be a little finicky sometimes. All right. We emptied... So basically we did all that just to empty the water here. Because if you don't do all that, this whole section is just filled with water and you can't come over here. Because Heather thinks it's gross and icky and she don't want to touch it.
It's fair.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame her. I personally wouldn't go into a sewer to begin with, but I mean, if you're desperate to go home, I suppose. So now Heather's going to be grabbing herself a hairdryer because her hair's all wet. You know, it's damp and icky down here, so we need a hairdryer to, you know, make sure those Goldilocks are still intact.
You know, 2 of the 3 games on tonight's show have had some chick going in the sewers.
I don't know what it is with horror games and sewers, but there's always a token sewer section.
There really is. I don't know why.
Because nobody wants to go in a sewer. It's gross.
That's the real fear.
I feel like a lot of the games tonight were made by Japanese developers, if I might be wrong on that one.
I think all 3 of them were. Although I don't know Koudelka. Let's see.
It would make sense because, you know,
yep.
In Japan, you know, they're very clean, and so sewers are like a representation of like dirty uncleanliness, so it's kind of frightening, I guess. That would be my guess. And then every other horror game just had to have a sewer section.
I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to go in the sewers either.
I don't think anybody would. Chat, do you want to go in a sewer section? Do you want to go, you know, jump in some puddles and poop? Maybe, I don't know.
You see...
All right, so we killed the sewer monster to get across the bridge, and now we can go home. Finally! Get out of here. Get me the heck out of here.
I'm actually more surprised. I don't even, like... I have no idea where to even find my local sewer.
I don't even know how you would get into a sewer.
Right?
I've always wondered this. Like how people just get stuck in sewers and stuff like that.
Do they just find it? Do they fall into like a manhole? Like what happens here?
Yeah. Like if the manhole was like pre-opened or something, that would make sense. But I don't know. It feels a little weird getting stuck in a sewer. Or just getting into a sewer. Alright, so this section here is just a long, winding set of stairs. I find... The only thing I don't like about the movement in this game is going upstairs, because Heather has like very wide turns sometimes, and she'll just like to clip onto corners quite a bit. That can be a little frustrating, but no problem there. Time to go take a nap. Oh, look at that. There's a bed right here.
Ah, yes.
We're
the filthy mattress in an abandoned apartment complex.
Might need a tetanus shot after, probably, but it's fine. All right. So we still have a little bit of an adventure of things to go through. So we're going to be going through this little building here. We're going to take some dance classes, maybe. Maybe go take an automobile class. I don't know. All right. So one thing I didn't mention about Easy is that Easy actually has like and the reason why we pick it is mostly because in this game for Easy, it takes away like 90% of the puzzles. It's just like, oh, you want to play Easy? Okay, well, we'll take away this puzzle, this puzzle, this puzzle, and that puzzle. Okay, there's basically like no puzzles anymore. Just have fun. So that's why it's probably the most competitive category. You don't have to worry about 90% of the things around here. But there are still some things you have to do.
This game has some really weird ramping on the puzzles too, because like you mentioned that easy mode's like, oh yeah, have fun and you know, just enjoy the game. Hard mode is, okay, do you have a college degree in Shakespearean literature?
Yeah, and just like poetry in general.
Right.
Yeah, the puzzles in this game on hard mode are actually insane. It could take you hours just on one puzzle alone, which to most people would be like a giving up point. I've seen a lot of people start their first playthrough with hard, and I'm like, oh, sweet summer child, no. You're going to either lose your mind or you're going to have to cheat somewhere. Because the puzzles are just that hard. And another thing with the difficulty in this game is that it ramps up a lot. Specifically combat can go up, I believe, 10 levels. Which is extreme 10. And let's just say it's basically a one-hit kill. And very few people actually like to speedrun that category. Most people don't, for obvious reasons.
Oddly enough, I think the main reason is the slurpers, right?
Yes, the slurpers in this section specifically are, even on easy, they can just be in the way all the time. Excuse me. They enjoy just hitting you, and even if you don't think they're gonna hit you, they're gonna hit you probably. So we're gonna be experiencing that in a hot second here.
Also, to make them even more annoying, from what I didn't notice, I had to just hear every reason why they're bad from a variety of runners. Apparently, the slurpers are blind, and they don't actually, it doesn't matter, because normally if you turn off the light, the enemies won't actually hit you. Like, they'll try to avoid you. The slurpers don't care. They are just, they'll move through hallways, and they hit you, they hit you.
And these hallways are quite tight, so they will enjoy just eating your feet. All right, there you go. All right, so this is the section where it's going to be questionable. So let's hope. Yeah, see. Hey, you sometimes you'll dodge one, and then another one will just come around and be like, "Oh no, you're gonna fall now." And this is probably the biggest time loss section. Yeah, he's usually sorry, he's usually not there. All right, but that's the hardest part out of the way. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about them too much. We have one more section with 2 more slurpers. And that should be everything. All right. Go back on that elevator and get out of here. We're going to go chant some weird spell. All right. Slurpers, be nice. Please. 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 Oh no. Okay, we're fine. Wow, what a beautiful story. Fooey, fooey, ego, Eris. Alright. We chanted the spell, and now the monster that was guarding the door is no longer there. Hooray! We can finally get out of here. So this whole section does give you like a little bit of like a fairy tale to follow. It basically just like explains what the creature at the door is. And then when you chant the spell from the story, it also kills the monster at the door. So basically we kind of are working our way just to find all the pieces for the story. Now we're gonna go see Dad. See how Dad's doing. Spoiler alert, it's not good. Not good. Sorry, Dad, but we're just gonna skip this. You don't have to see Dad in bad shape. But we are gonna fight our first monster. So this is the missionary fight. He is kind of got a mind of its own sometimes. Hello?
While it's going on, to kind of help explain, generally Cat's going to want to try to shoot him in the back and then shoot him on the ground and kind of just repeat that cycle. Shooting from the front, he'll block the bullets with his wrist brace. I don't actually know this
he has like these metal knives. He like lifts his hands up and kind of guards you. And he has like superhuman blocking abilities, so you always want to shoot him from the back because shooting him at the front is actually just useless. But he's a quick fight. He can take a lot longer if he decides he wants to, because he runs, and when he runs fast. And because the camera can be a little tricky in this game, trying to track him down can be very, very all over the place and disorienting. But thankfully that wasn't too bad. We were able to get his back while he was trying to attack us. An easy fight. But yeah, welcome to Silent Hill, everybody. It's the best place in the world. But now we got to go to the hospital because we had a boo-boo during the boss fight, so we got to go get a heal. And this place might be familiar to anybody who's played Silent Hill 2. Even if you speedrun Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3, if you do Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 2 back to back, this upcoming section is the most confusing part because it's the same layout, everything looks the same, and you have to go through the hospital in both games for the run. But the routing is completely different for both. So it's very, very disorienting if you're doing the speedruns back to back, and that's definitely thrown me off quite a number of times.
Yeah. The main way I usually remember it is that Silent Hill 3 takes the elevator, Silent Hill 2 does not even think about the elevator.
Not until, like, later, yeah.
Yeah. And the one you take in that game is, like, an entirely... Like, I didn't even know there was an elevator back there.
Yeah, the elevator, yeah, they take completely different elevators, which can be also confusing. But basically, Silent Hill 2 goes left or Silent Hill 2 goes right, and Silent Hill 3 goes left at the beginning. 354, I believe.
Yeah, 354. There's one really, really dumb minor time save you can do right there. And I know this because I learned it from Punchy, and he taught me how to do it. It's you zoom in on the clock using like the game's zoom feature or something.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have to, what's the word? You have to pause the game and look at the clock while keeping the game paused. And then it just saves you walking to the clock. That's like a second of time save, and it takes like 10 seconds to get.
Only Punchy.
But it's very minor.
Yeah, I can imagine that would only save very minimal amount of time. Did I not? Oh, no. Okay, hold on.
That's all good. It's a minor backtrack.
Slight detour. My brain forgot to do one minor thing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. A little just confusing for me right now. But it's fine. Like I said, doing this section from Silent Hill 2 to Silent Hill 3 is very confusing. All right. All right, now we're all just gonna pretend like that never happened.
One might say that's never even happened before.
Ah, exactly. Yeah. Chat, you saw absolutely nothing. All right. So now we can go get that key. That's okay. We're still going to be pretty underestimate regardless. And let's get that nail polish remover. There we go. There we go. Away we go.
All right.
So now we finally have the key to go to the basement, which is where we're going to go now. We can finally access the stairwell, which is going to be our mode of transportation for this last segment here. And let's get that code, and the code is 7436.
Hopefully chat will remember that for us.
7436, 7436, 7436, 7436. Stay with me, chat. 7436, 7436.
All right, so what was the number?
7436.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Can you imagine if it was like a 5, just like...
I would have been so upset. I sing to myself so I don't forget these things.
Hey, it's a way of making it work.
Yeah, anytime there's a code that I need to remember for any game during a speedrun, I just end up singing it because otherwise I forget like instantly.
Yeah, it's not like the town from Footloose that banned dancing. You're allowed to sing while speedrunning.
Yep. Singing while speedrunning makes it just that much better. Hello, nurse. Don't. I like how they just have guns, and instead of trying to shoot you, they try to pistol whip you. Like, ma'am, you know what you're holding, right? Oh, nurses, so silly. Anyways, so now we're going to be going into the back rooms here, and we're going to be entering the nightmare phase of the hospital. This section's pretty cut and paste, but this is where one of the most confusing, besides the Shakespeare puzzle in the beginning part of this game, has the most. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just such a weird puzzle. Unless you know the poem, you're gonna be scratching your head. But thankfully on easy, we don't have to deal with that. Bless. Oh. Camera switching. There you go. All right. Oh, look at this weird symbol on the wall. How strange. Really gives me a headache. So if people who weren't aware of the lore of Silent Hill, and you're wondering if if this is like the third game in the story or whatever, it's actually the second game. It's a sequel to Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 is its own story, but Silent Hill 3 is technically the sequel to 1. You do see a brief moment of Harry. Very brief. But it's all about Heather, and how a 17-year-old is able to do any of this, I'll never know.
She is simply built different.
True. All right, we got Slurpers again. Our best friends, Slurpers, but this time they're not as aggressive. They're still kind of in the way and annoying. Can I have the key? Thank you. But they're not as bad, or at least they shouldn't be. I might have spoke too soon. There we go. Don't hit me. Don't touch me. All right, we're good. I always get nervous about him. All right, and off to the third floor. So now we collected a baggie from the trash because we need to collect some blood. And there just so happens to be a blood puddle here, or a bucket of blood here that we can just take from, because we're going to go do some cult stuff. Oh, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Thank you. All right, and to the first floor. I actually like the second part of the hospital way better. I find it's less daunting.
Yeah, one of these hallways absolutely confuses me. It's this one, where it's all red and I can't see where the doors are.
Yeah, the doors are very hard to see, especially since it's not only red, but it's red and blurry.
Yeah.
So it can be very, very hard to see.
Also, I think this is the worst fight in the game.
I hate this fight. Leonard, please don't swim. Oh, thank God. Let's go. So Leonard here, he likes to swim. But thankfully, he's not going to swim today. And he's just going to let us shoot him. If he does go swimming, though, it is a very considerable time loss. Like, and I mean, like, it can take 2 minutes for him to just decide to come back up for air, which can not be great. It's just a reset point at
It's
a heavy reset
sad
point.
fight if it messes up.
Yeah.
You're just waiting a while.
Yeah, Leonard Schwimmer, he likes to go swimming for like a really long time. You can body block him for a good portion of it, but he can slip by and then you just have to wait for him. But you don't want to shoot him in the back, because if you shoot him in the back, then he'll just it will take a lot more damage to kill him, which happened during my practice fight, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm really glad that fight went better than my practice, because that was not great. I was like, wow, I'm almost out of ammo. Thanks. My Alessa fight did not go well that practice run. I will have you know. Like, oh, I'm out of ammo. I guess I'll use the handgun. All right. Then we're making our way back. We're out of the hospital. Got rid of Leonard. And we have to go talk to Vincent, who just so happens to be in our, our motel room for some reason. Just there, hanging out, having a martini probably. I don't know. Thinking about all the evil cult stuff that he would like to do. All right. Hello, Vincent. Goodbye, Vincent. I didn't really feel like talking to him, though. I'm just gonna go.
It's probably better that way.
Yeah, I'd much rather go to Discount Disney, actually. That sounds like a lot more fun.
Lakeside Resort and Amusement.
So we're basically going back to the place where we had our initial nightmare at the beginning of the game. However, this time it's very much not a nightmare. Everything is just not good. But you'll see various different enemies, closers, dogs. The only enemy I don't think that is in this section is slurpers, which I'm okay with. They are not nice.
No, they are not.
All right, it does take a little bit of time to get there. The walk to the music park takes like a minute straight.
I know there's a few ways of dealing with the stamina. I think one being ampules can help, but I don't know if there's any ampules in... I think there might be one in the hospital. I don't even remember if it's there. And then...
Usually we have about 2 ampules there.
Right.
About that point anyways. So usually we would just quick equip the ampule and then use it during the running section. So since it's it's like quick accessed.
Right.
We can just hit a button and it heals and gives our stamina back. Whereas Silent Hill 2 is way different, where you're just saving the entire time. Hey.
So oddly enough, I know for Silent Hill 3, there's one trick that actually does let you do that with the quick save stamina thing. The only problem is it also requires quick load.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It wouldn't be able to be done in this category. That's kind of one of the things I was mentioning earlier with the quick save, quick load, getting really like, oh, we're losing time to save time because, oh, you run low on stamina, quick save, quick load. All right, you have it back. Every single one of those gates that were going up earlier, okay, if you quick save, quick load, you'll revert to where the gate's above you and you don't lose any time because it just skips the animation of the gate. But you're spending like however long it takes to load back into the game. There's also even, I think, with certain enemy RNG, like if they're body blocking you, you would actually just save the game in front of them and then reload it to get like a better path or something.
Quick save, quick load in these games are quite broken.
Yeah.
They're useful and they're really cool to be able to use it in such a way, but I find the quick save, quick load is more broken in this game than it is for Silent Hill 2. Oh, that tripped me up because that's my raid alert sound every single time I come in here.
Please come inside and
look around. And so here is where we would alt tab and just hold the window, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to let the text scroll and just wait as we would and not save time.
Yeah, this is the one we're also joking about earlier where you just hold the window like with your mouse.
Yep.
And it turns the minutes of waiting into in-game time saving.
It's lose time to save time. A lot of that.
I do know one cool thing about Borley is on some of the harder difficulties they have it be, so I think you can actually like die to the spikes.
Yeah. You have to wear the bulletproof vest and you have to block at the same time, I believe, while walking. It's quite stressful. On easy, thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. We just walk right through. Also, hi, Danny. Eat my butt.
That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite
good old Danny.
As you can see. He was so eager.
I love this place. It's probably one of the chill places in the run where you can just sit back and stretch your fingers if you really want to, because there's not really... You're mostly just waiting for the dialogue to end because you can't really... I can touch this door as much as I'd like, but I can't go until he's done talking. And there's the spikes. Oh no! I like how that would have actually went through my head though.
The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead. No, thank you. So, red light bad. That's pretty much this section in a nutshell. Red light bad, don't let red light touch you. Red light touch you, you die.
I don't know what it is exactly.
I don't know either. It's very weird and random, but, you know, haunted mansion, I guess it's fitting. Also, this double section here that we go through is actually the same routing. It's just a little bit shorter than the previous one. So the same, you turn right, left the same way you did the first time, but because the hallways are shorter, it does throw you off a little bit. Because you have to turn a little bit earlier than you would. All right. Time to go get some chains. And a shoe. Because shoe. Because why wouldn't we need a shoe?
Only one, though.
Yeah, just the one. But nice shoes. I wear them. All right, give me those bullets. Don't hit me, please. He sometimes has a bad habit of extending his arm and hitting you. All right, so we're going to break this door open. To break it open, we're going to use this little... I don't know what to call this. I don't know what the actual name of this part or ride is, but we're gonna use it to break open the door. And there we go. Very easy. Hi, Douglas. Bye, Douglas. Poor Douglas. No screen time.
He tries.
50-something-year-old man trying his best.
He's just gonna chill on the bench for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Slacker. Doing all the heavy lifting over here. All right, so we did the puzzle there. Usually there'd be two pictures there that tell us, oh, you need this or this. And then you kind of put two and two together, try to solve the puzzle. But since we already have everything and we know the answer, very simple. Now we're going to be moving on to the Trollessa fight. This fight can be either a troll or very good. Alessa here likes to troll in the sense of she just likes to run away. Also, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, chat. It's not what it looks like, I promise. They're not real. There no ponies were killed in the making of this game. In the making of the speedrun. Don't worry about it. Just listen to the song.
It was a fun song.
Oh, it is a fun one. I like this.
Also, really with the horses, I do know there's a minor IGT abuse you can do, where if you talk to the horses when they're on the up position, you can just have the timer pause while waiting.
Yeah, there's a few different things you can do to manipulate the IGT here. If you go into the load menu and you just sit there for a second, waiting at this section will take a lot less time. Lose time to save time, essentially. You just kind of wait it out until you hear like a and then you can go to the next section. But yeah, you have to wait a little bit. So doing that negates that time. All right. I'll let everybody be introduced to Trollessa. She's beautiful. She's lovely. Everybody say hello. She's a nice gal. Sometimes Heather can have a mustache here, and it's kind of funny. I haven't seen it for a while, but anytime it happens, it makes me laugh. All right, there's Trollessa, beautiful queen. Little infected. Not sure what's wet, but it's fine. All right. Will she run away? Of course. Get back here, ma'am. Oh, ma'am.
Well, she is Trollessa. Although she just spitting.
Yeah, she does that sometimes. Her AI gets stuck between like a wall and like the pony, so she just doesn't know where to go. So she just sometimes will like run in a circle. All right. So usually what we want is for her to just walk up to us and kind of just continuously walk up to us, because then we can just keep shooting her. But as she likes to do, she likes to run. Thankfully, she's being nice here. There we go. 2-shot kill. We like that. We'll take those. All right. And the final part. Don't you run away from me, lady. Don't do it. There we go. And that should be the... Oh. Almost the end of the fight. Yeah, so... She can sometimes go down in two shots, or sometimes she'll go down in about 1 shot. Kind of like a toss-up on, you know, what you'll get sometimes. It depends on the, I believe, the shotgun spread and how much actually hits her. So, yeah, if you're a little bit off to the right or a little bit off to the left, sometimes you'll have to take 3 or 4 shots to down her one of her phases, but not too bad.
I don't know, like the final dungeon maze area of the game.
We're going to church, I guess. We're going to go collect tarot cards to read our future, I guess. So in this section, it's a lot of it's a collect-a-thon, essentially. Just collecting ammo and tarot cards so we can do a puzzle later on. Hello, Cancer. Usually we would do a quick save, quick load here to, because we have to wait for these footsteps. You'll see them right there. There you go. They're slowly coming up to this picture. Usually if you quick save, quick load, then the game just thinks that it already happened, so you don't have to wait at all. But because we are not doing quick save, quick load, we have to wait. Oh, I did not like that. That was a stutter. We are okay, though. It actually took me a really long time, and I don't know why. It took me a lot longer than I'm willing to admit to find out that you just have to hit F or, like, confirm to get out of the elevator. And you don't have to actually watch the whole cutscene of going up or down.
Luckily, I don't think it counts against you, so...
No.
But you do have to watch the elevator.
Yeah, it took me so long to find that out, and I was like, oh.
It's like the brain expanding thing.
Yeah. My brain gained 2 more IQ. Let's go. All right, another segment of waiting for Ghost Lady to come to the door so we can open the door. This is essentially just letting us know that, hey, you can go open. There's a thing here. You should go look at it. Wink, wink. You know? All right. And we're going to go learn about the Glophodus. This is a very interesting room. If you played Silent Hill 1, you'll remember it very dearly. The Glophodus. Very interesting. And now we're going to leave. We didn't really care much for the Glophodus, but we did care for the tarot card there. There are, I believe, about 5 tarot cards that we need to collect. So they're a little scattered. It can be very easy to miss them. Thankfully, they're not too far from each other. And they're not RNG. I would hate that if they were just completely RNG. Like, oh, good luck. There you go. Grab some of that, and now we're going to go back downstairs. Hopefully he doesn't hit me. We're good. All right. Sometimes he'll hit you when you're like 2 feet away, and he'll still hit you somehow.
They can get pretty mean, especially like when you're on a great pace and you're about to have a great end game, and then just pop.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what
There it is.
It hits you. Yeah, he'll hit you from like a mile away, and you're like, excuse me? Takes Heather like 2 minutes to understand. Oh yeah, I just got hit. I should probably react. All right, so now things are getting a little creepy, a little burned up. So it can be hard to see which door you're supposed to go through. I've definitely had my fair share of getting stuck in that one room. All right. Oh. All right. I like how they do like a lot of Silent Hill 1 rooms in this part of the game.
Yeah, they're neat callbacks.
Oh. Yeah. Even like the wolf poster. Yeah, there's like fun little things from Silent Hill 1 that are in this game. It makes my heart smile.
I don't know if it's in this game. I know Silent Hill 1 has a Sonic Youth poster.
Believes? I know this game has Minmo.
Minmo is great.
I like Minmo. Minmo's a good cat. Alright, so we're coming up to the final stretch of the run here. This section is just put the tarot cards into the door, which, funny enough, the tarot card puzzle is one of the puzzles where you don't have to worry about IGT. I can sit here on this puzzle for as long as I want, and it wouldn't count towards IGT.
I've had to Google this puzzle way more times than I remember whenever I DRS this game, and I'm so glad it doesn't count against you.
Yep. It's really nice if you're ever just like, wait, what was the answer again? Shit. So, it's pretty nice. All right, hello. I'm here to crash the party. I brought my Glophodus and my necklace. Here you go. All right. Enter the hole, and now it's time to fight chicken bones. Essentially, the whole idea of this was Heather was supposed to birth God, but of course she rejected it by swallowing the Glophodus in her necklace, and that basically made her expel God out of her. And then Claudia was just like, no, we're actually I'm going to birth God, and that's essentially what happened here.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you.
I mean, fair.
I wouldn't want to birth this thing. That's all I know. All right.
All right, so we're on the final boss now. It's mostly straightforward. It's
just a lot of shotgun shell. She likes to sometimes shoot straight instead of up, which we want to continuously shoot up to get her to come down.
No, it's really just this combo. Shoot the head again, and then get rammed, and then do that till dead.
Very. Why are my shots are just like not connecting for some reason on the first shot there? It should, but all right, well, it's fine.
Hopefully her health will be good.
I'm just gonna take one more hit. Yeah, one more hit. I'm gonna heal just to be safe. All right. Time should be coming up in a little bit here. Probably one more hit. Come on, chicken bones. Hi. There you go. Yay. Yay.
GG.
Underestimate. Woo. Awesome. And yeah, that was Silent Hill 3. It's a very, very easy run. It's probably, if I had to suggest any Silent Hill game to run, if you're ever interested in any of the series, this is probably my favorite one to suggest. Silent Hill 2 is also great, but I find this one's movement is just more intricate and interesting, and there's out of bounds category if you'd like, or there's the non out of bounds category if you want to do that. But yeah, super fun run, and very supportive community, and always into finding new things and talking and stuff. Always recommend new people to come join us.
Yeah, this game is also very accessible. There's nothing that's gonna break your computer. That's quick save, quick load. This category, anyone can get into it, and it's very nice.
Oh yeah, and the game also supports controller, keyboard, mouse, so very, very nice. Also, you don't have to hold shift the entire time to run. It's really nice. I wish more games had like an auto run feature where you just like you don't have to hold down a button to run. I love that. I wish more games did that. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for watching the run. I hope you had a good time. Spectralite and Tana did a fantastic job on their runs as well. And it's super awesome to be able to do a run beside those ladies. Super, super cool. And like Dice says, thank you so much for doing commentary and, allowing me to do this run.
Yeah, thank you for doing the run while watching the ending here. I have a couple questions for you. One, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout out to... Honestly, I just want to say shout out to my community for being so awesome and so supportive. And, cheering me on during stressful times where I had to relearn a bunch of runs. But also shout out to the Silent Hill community. They've helped me a lot during my process of learning the run years ago. Shout out to Dices for being so cool.
Hi, thanks. Also, if anyone wanted to find you, where can they find you?
You can find me on twitch.tv/Catlink. Catlink on all platforms, except for Instagram, because Instagram hates me.
That's how they get you.
But you can find me on Twitch, Catlink. I mostly do horror games and mostly horror game speedruns. So yeah, very good times.
All right. Well, I do want to say thank you again for doing the run, Kat, and we'll watch the rest of the sending, and then, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
And with that, I do want to say thank you again, Kat, and thank you, everyone, for watching this episode of Speedruns From the Crypt. It's great to be back. It was a great episode to have. It was pretty fun to be able to show off so many fun games and runners. And I do want to say thank you all for watching, and I hope that you all do have a rest of a good night. Tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll be having the first step, followed by how to train a speedrunner. So feel free to join us for that. We'll be back personally in 2 weeks. I've been your host, Dices. You can just find me anywhere under that name now. And I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of the day and or night. And please join us for a raid to another horror channel in the speedrunning community. Have a good one.
Bye.